Greetings and salutations, my friends. Welcome, welcome, welcome to another glorious day here at the Tango Hotel. Hope you guys are doing well. I know I am. I changed my setup a little bit. Hope you guys like it. I got the mic right in my face again because, you know, I like having giant black things in my face. Don't clip that. Anyway, so, it's been a hell of a day, and we've got some stuff to talk about. It's gonna be fun. Not really. It's gonna be really, really fun. But on that note, my friends, it is absolutely amazing to see you. KO, Wolf, Akanab, my dudes, my bros. How are you? I did try Earl Grey tea recently when I was sick. Really didn't like it. It is extremely bitter. Yeah. If you don't use sugar, most people, if they don't use sugar, it's a really hard thing to think. It's a really hard thing to get used to. It's like black coffee. It's really, really bitter. But on that note, if you would please join me now with the most amazing and stupendous kumbaya in the entire universe. It's called the simultaneous sip, and all you gotta do, my dudes, is grab that cup or mug or glass. Perhaps you have a tankard, chalice, or a stein, maybe a canteen, jug, or flask, a vessel of any kind. You fill it with your favorite fluid. I like the morning coffee. That's right, it's deliciously, magnificently tango made. And join me now, friends, for the gloriousness, the stupendosity, the absolute awesome sauceness that is the simultaneous sip. Brothers of the waffle, citizens of the Tango Hotel. It's happening right. Freaking now. Go. Okay, sorry. Had to make sure everything was good to go. Uno momento, por favor. Like this. Okay. Okay, we good. Alright, sweet. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Oh no, that's lovely. That's lovely. So it would so happen. I knew I heard something. What was it? It was my daughter getting up. It was her door. So I had to make her breakfast real quick. Yeah, seems like Tango left his hotel. Yes, yes. Unfortunately. But she's sweet. She just needed a bite. And it happens, man. It's literally why I'm up at this time. It's not so I can stream. If I could choose what time I'd stream, it'd be during a normal hours. But I have to be up for my children, and this is exactly why. Yeah, but I really did. I tried Earl Grey back in the day because it was Picard, and I'm a real big fan of Star Trek, so it was not great. One, I think hot tea is possibly the most how should I put this? How does an entire country get gaslit into liking something so horrible? I'm flabbergasted that they would commit genocide, the most horrible atrocities in history, build an empire for this bullshit. Boggles the mind. 9 a.m. in Germany, perfect time for your stream, if you ask me. That's fair. Oh, yes. That is absolutely fair. And as always,
my life for the Empire.
Anyway, so let's get into it. I thought this was really funny. I'm pretty sure this was made by AI. And the reason I say that is because if you notice right here, he only has 2 pips. Can I zoom in on this? No, I can't. Of course not. Yeah, he only has 2 pips. Captains have 4. I have no idea. It actually looks really good, to be fair. Gold Madrid presents. That's great. Includes 5 lights, Earl Grey tea, and flute. I don't know why you would include the Earl Grey tea. And to be fair, if this were lore accurate to the episode, he would be naked and or in rags. So I just want to say, whoever drew this is not a Star Trek fan. You're not a real Star Trek fan. Just like you're not a real Scotsman. I just got to say this. This is horrible. This is bullshit. Scrounged from the internet. Absolutely atrocious. And I 100% love it. And the best part is it's posted by one of my favorite Twitter accounts, Armus, Skin of Evil. He posts the best Star Trek memes, bro. Like it's so good. No, dude, that is so funny. Are you what? Holy shit! If you don't know who Denise Crosby is, she is the original security chief for the Enterprise, Tasha Yar. And in this episode, Armus, the Skin of Evil, kills her. In fact, they wrote this episode specifically so they could kill her because she wanted to go do other shit and she wanted a pay raise. And the no is him screaming at the very end of the episode, no! When Captain Picard tricks him and then leaves. It was very good. Picard, too, was just once a mere lieutenant. Yes, but when Picard... Wait for it. Hang on. I'm trying to think. Oh, that's right. I was wondering why you were wrong. And here's why you're wrong. When Picard was a lieutenant, they were still wearing the uniforms from... They were still wearing the uniforms from this era. And of course, there it is, right here, this uniform, right here. Oh, I'm in the way. That uniform, right. This, see this? That's what Picard would be wearing. So he wouldn't even have pips at all. Punkus. Boom! Get BTFO'd. Oh, sorry. Yeah, but no, that's a fairly good point. That is quite funny. Oh, anyway. Okay, moving on. See what I mean? Some of the best Star Trek memes, dude. Alright, we're not gonna read all that. We're just gonna move on from that one too. That is so not cool, bro. Activate sparring program, hand to hand, level 10, and it's a freaking bucket. Do you want to know what this bucket is? In case you're not in the know, this bucket is the bucket that fell on Worf in an episode where his back got crushed and it completely paralyzed him from the neck down. And it was only through sheer luck and absolute medical malpractice that he was able to live and get past that. Aw, dude, that's just wrong. Star Trek Elite Force right here. Shooting Neelix? That's not cool, bro. That's not cool. All right, enough Star Trek memes. All right. I absolutely love this meme. I am totally going to steal this. This is going to be my meme forever because it is absolutely 100% correct. Hands down. The only problem I really have is that they have Marxism and communism as different things when they're technically the same thing. And nationalism, that's a bit much, but I can get behind it. That's okay. That's okay. As if liberals aren't into collective bargaining. Yeah. But, Dev always coming up with the base takes. Using slurs is based, and I don't care about rightoids who do counter virtue signaling and complaining when libs use them. Yeah. It does feel that way. It does feel that way. I'm convinced libs actually love it when minorities express modicum of right-wing statements because they feel justified in blurting racial slurs that they've been itching to use. It does really feel that way. Like some of the most racist people I've ever seen in my life, aside from redneck hicks that live in the fucking mountains, are people who are self-proclaimed progressives. Because they'll do exactly this. As soon as a minority says something that they disagree with, out come the epitaphs. And if you really want to see some real racism, watch a progressive scream at a black cop. It's kind of crazy. So anyway, yeah, it's you can read it. I don't need to read it. So there it is. Sometimes I wonder how uncomfortable the Borg outfits must have been for the actors. Apparently, the actual uniforms were really, really uncomfortable, and they stank like a motherfucker too. But I imagine they were pretty bad. All of them were. I mean, think about it like this. If you're Data or Worf, if you're playing one of those characters, you're literally coming in 3 hours before everybody else just to put on makeup, man. Just to put on makeup. Oh, I had to talk about this. So I'm not on the right. I don't give a fuck about any of that stuff. But this is how, do you remember how when the Democrats and the left in general in the West started embracing woke bullshit? And back in the day, even I was saying, you know, even when I didn't have, like, even when I wasn't streaming and all this, I was saying that this is gonna make you lose. This right here is gonna make you lose. When normal people find out that you're saying these things and doing these things, they're gonna turn on you. And it eventually happened. It took a long time for it to bubble up into like normie culture to the point where it was actually relevant to where they would push back against it. That's exactly what this is. That's exactly what this is. When you say homosexuals don't belong in the conservative movement, what you are doing is that you are telling everybody on the planet that you like the flat earth movement, essentially, that you are so retarded that you would shoot yourself in the foot and the face because you don't like homosexuals. Think about that. Just fucking think about that. Because here's what you would do if you were really, because like if you wanted to win and if you were pragmatic or even Machiavellian about it, you'd shut your fucking mouth. That's what you would do. That's what a smart person would do if they want to win in politics. It doesn't matter if you don't like homosexuals or not and you don't want them in your movement. You would shut your fucking mouth. Just like the white supremacists who used the blind black man as a Klan leader in the Dave Chappelle skit. That man was the smart one. I do remember the Voyager actor Icheb, who was like 16 or 17, oftentimes left the set because he had trouble hiding his boners when doing scenes with Jerry Ryan. Yeah, I imagine that was really hard, dude. She's pretty hot, dude. She was pretty hot. I imagine being a 17-year-old boy at the time when Voyager was out, that seeing Jerry Ryan in person would definitely do that to you. And it totally didn't happen just if you watch her off screen. No, never. What the fuck did I stumble into? Me talking about a retard. That's what it is. No, excuse me. I'm an autistic retard. This person has no excuse for being a retard, right? They're a normal person who has warped their brain so much that they've become retarded. There's a difference between the two. See, I was born this way, so I'm like the OG. You know what I'm saying? Bloods and Crips, bro. That's a South Park reference, just FYI. Anyway, but yeah, if this is you, Antunes, you're a fucking moron. That's all I gotta say. It's like, you don't want to win. That's it. You just don't want to win. Because the vast majority of people don't give a fuck if people are homosexuals or not. And so when they see this, what all they're gonna see is they're gonna interpret this like, think about it like this. Think about your average American, right? Your average Walmart American. I love that phrase, and I'm just gonna steal it. Fuck it. Don't even care. Shameless. Your average Walmart American is gonna see this and be like, why are you a bitch? What is wrong with you? Especially when you're putting people like this guy. Like this guy? Really? Like one of the most intelligent and eloquent individuals who speaks for your political side, you're gonna say he doesn't belong on your team. It's literally like saying, I don't want, we have an all white basketball team, and I don't want this 7-foot giant who can shoot who can fucking hit baskets from half court. I don't want that guy on my team because he's black. Even though we'd fucking destroy with him on our team, we don't want it. That's essentially what this is, just in a different way, for a different immutable characteristic. I don't know much about this guy. I think he's pretty cool from what I've, just vibes and shit. I think this is Peter Thiel. So that is Peter Thiel, right? I don't know how to spell his name. Yep, that's Peter Thiel. Okay. So, and it's Thiel. Thiel, is that his name? Yes, Thiel. There it is. Thiel. So, my bad, bro. Sorry. So this guy, if you don't know who this is essentially an Elon Musk type figure, except he's not nearly as famous. And he's on the right, and he's a homosexual. In fact, Gawker outed him as a homosexual, and he is the one that funded Hulk Hogan to take them down. Was it Gawker? I think it was Gawker. Yeah, I think it was Gawker. Pretty sure. I'm glad that Jerry Ryan was able to show that she isn't just a pretty figure, but also a pretty great actress, like the episode oh, dude, man. Like, that's the thing, is that Jerry Ryan gets a lot of shit because she's hot and she had to wear that fucking bodysuit. Because she's hot to begin with, but she's short and skinny. And so when they put her in the suit, they put her in a suit that made her a lot thicker and, accentuated the feminineness that she exudes. And she wore like platform high heels and shit too to make her really tall. So I sympathize with her plight. And you are right. She is a very good actress. And it does suck that because of the way just TV works, that they wanted more eyeballs, and so they couldn't just make art for art because art has to sell to be on TV, and so you have to add sex appeal, and that's what Jerry Ryan was. And that's unfortunate, because I absolutely loved 7 of 9, and not just because she was hot, just like, I'm just going to say this for just reference, she could have been ugly, she could have been like slightly fat, I don't care. The point is that she's a good actress, and I love the character because of the actress. Because she was good at it, too. And just, she was basically Data from Star Trek Voyager. On Star Trek Voyager. She was that character who was getting in touch with their humanity. It was a blatant ripoff of what Data was. Which is fine, because that's, if, what is it? Amateurs, God, what is the saying? Amateurs mimic, professionals steal. There you go. And so, but yeah, so this is a huge tech bro right here. In that short, apparently 5'6". Akanab, you're a European. Hush. 5'6" doesn't seem short to you. Okay. Anyway, moving on. I'm just fucking around. I mean, it is short to me, so I'm 6'1", so that's why. My wife is 5'6", and she is short. Not for a woman, at least. I mean, fair. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. I'm pretty sure the average height over here is like 5'7", like that, 5'8", something like that. Actually, you know what? Let's just fucking look it up. Hang on, boys. I'll be right back. Buddy? Pal? Dude, bro? Well... crap. I hate peasants, dude. I hate them so much. Now you know why. Sorry about that. My daughter came in because she needed some help. And one of the rules is that kids don't get on stream without the other parents' explicit permission. Because, you know, kids. Sorry about that, boys. My apologies. I don't mind what I've seen of Star Trek The Next Generation, but I've got to say things mostly so clean with a clear answer when reality doesn't always have a definite answer. That is 100% correct, and people aren't often so reasonable, and things don't always go as happy as they do much of the time. Yeah, well, that's one of the things that was the problem with the early episodes of Star Trek, is that they were kind of boring because they couldn't have interpersonal conflict, and a lot of the conflict had to be from outside the ship. It also is the fact that when you're talking about principles, one of the things you want to do is you want to nail it down to the most basic form possible. So that the United States is 5'3". Well, damn. Is that that can't be right. That can't be right. Let me ask Grok. Let me ask. Apparently it is. 162.5 centimeters. It doesn't give me centimeters here because it knows that we measure things in fridges. Okay, that's good. That's short. I was thinking 5'4". I know, right? You are correct about a little bit of that. Jerry Ryan, yeah. So Jerry Ryan isn't short. She's just short to me because I'm a tall ass motherfucker. That's pretty much what it boils down to. And so the reason that Star Trek does what it does is the same way with a lot of stories is that what you want to do is you want to simplify it as much as possible, so then when you get down to brass tacks, you can get meaning out of it. Because if you put too much convoluted shit in it, like there is in real life, it's really hard to parse where you're coming from. This is why using hypotheticals that are simplified is a way to break down what your actual principles are. Like, for instance, with the deportations in the United States of America. Oh, no, actually, this right here is a perfect example, right? This right here is a perfect example of actually what I'm talking about. So, do you allow homosexuals into your freaking political movement? And it's like, you live in the West, and you say you don't want homosexuals in your political movement. This is like one of those basic bitch things where it's like, 50 years ago, this would have been a mainstream opinion. Now, it's, you're weird. That's what the vast majority of a lot of people are going to say. It's like, that's kind of weird, man. What the fuck is wrong with you? I mean, so if homosexuals aren't allowed in your movement, are bisexuals allowed in your movement? Is a man who has a wife and children and lives in a monogamous relationship in holy matrimony, literally, because my wife is a Christian, am I not allowed in your movement because I like to fuck men? Because that's the way my sexual orientation goes? Is that right? Are we going there? Is that what we're doing? Why do some women want 6 foot tall chads? Being 5'10" or 5'11" should be fine for most women. A lot of that has to do with just fetish bias kind of deal. It's not technically a fetish, but essentially what it is like it's a byproduct of most females want their male to be able to protect them. And height is one of those things where it's a proxy for that. Because if you feel tiny and small next to your man, then you're going to feel more protected than if you were taller than him. It's literally, and the thing about it is it's not even a conscious thing. It's literally just something that happens in the back of your head and your subconscious. And the problem is that I think it's only like 12% of men are above 6 foot. Now, let's see, what percentage of men in the U.S. are 6 foot and taller? 14.5% of adult men in the United States. So when they say they want a man that's 6 foot tall, that's what they're looking for. 14% of men. Same with income. Is it going to give me a response? I guess not. Oh, here we go. It just took it a second. So approximately 17% of men in the U.S. earn over $100,000 a year. I wonder how many of those are above 6 foot. Out of those, how many are over 6 feet tall? I need Texas refrigerator measurements here, boys. .5%. So this is a basic estimation. As you can see, they basically took the percentages and kind of smashed them into fucking together. Yeah, so just hating a whole group instead of awful individuals. Yeah, I mean it's basically what it is. Yeah. So yeah, this is just stupidity. That's what this is. I could continue to say it's stupid. It's just stupid. Because, like I said, you're looking at one of the most articulate political individuals that I've ever seen on the right. And then you're talking about like a tech bro, right? This is a smart individual, a man who knows how to make investments, a man who, he was like one of the originals of PayPal. And he went in with Elon Musk on that, right? And you don't want this guy in your political movement? You don't want this guy's money going to your political people? Really? Really, I can understand Dave Rubin. Everybody thinks he's a fucking lying, grifting hack, but really, these two? That's kind of mind-blowing, honestly. Because again, it boils down to the fact, it was just like, if you want to win, then you wouldn't do this. If you, this honestly, I'm not gonna lie, this looks like a virtue signal to me. That's what it looks like. That's really what it looks like, because you are shouting to the world how virtuous you are by this. That's how it feels, because there's no other reason to say this other than the fact you don't want to win elections. Because I'm going to tell you, man, if a right-leaning politician actually said this, they would tank in a lot of places. They would not be able to win a national election. That's for damn sure. You might be able to win local elections. You might be able to win a state election, potentially. But a national election? Nah, dude. No. Not going to happen. Not gonna. It's loser mentality. Straight up. So, yeah. And, dude bro's right. They want MAGA to lose. It's got to be it. That's the only real explanation other than they're fucking retarded. Right? I think my interests of well-endowed women are too much. At least I know it's absurd and go for one concern. Well, I mean, I want to say this for the record. When those stupid, ugly bitches say that, oh, these people have never seen a real woman. Oh, that's not what real women look like. What they don't understand is that my fucking wife looks like one of those women. Let me just put it to, okay, let me put it like this. So, as far as height goes, I really don't like to, talk about my wife too much on stream like this, but just as a general case point, my wife is more endowed than I am tall, based on like percentages of people who are. So I am in the top like 14% of men in height. She's probably in the top 1% of endowment for women. And the fact is that it like even when she was in the army and she was in the like most fit form she's ever been in, they were just as big. So they're not that way because she's like large or anything, which she is not. But that's a contention a lot of people make. That's the face. Okay. I think I talked about this already, and this is definitely one of those things. And oh my god, today was one of those examples of just absolute stupidity when it comes to what's going on in the world. And that is, give me one second. We're going to talk about this one. I missed this one yesterday. We're going to talk about this one. So let's listen to, so what is it? Baldy says,
one of the things that
there are
he
two
has
people
is he
in this world that are the cause of almost all of our problems. Incels and Karens. Let's take a listen.
One of the things that he has is he loves dank memes and jokes, and he loves to make jokes himself and then laugh at his own jokes. And then all the people who work for him laugh at him, and therefore he thinks he's funny. And he's not funny. He's sometimes funny, I guess. I never laugh at him, and therefore he thinks he's funny. And he's not funny.
He's not funny.
He's sometimes funny.
He's sometimes funny.
I guess.
I guess.
I never thought so, but
no, really?
he likes to do this. He likes to engage in sort of these juvenile little pranks. And when he's not doing that, he likes to insult people.
Yes.
And all kidding aside, we don't mind being called these names, but it's...
Really? Really?
A 53-year-old man does not do this. I mean,
that's because you don't know any real men. I just want to say that for the record.
Or this one does. And so he just this is what he likes. He likes to slag people. I guess it's part of video game culture or something, but I find it.
Video game culture, okay. As if men haven't been insulting each other before video games were invented. As if men weren't fucking with each other before video games were invented. As if we weren't making dank memes and calling each other bros and stupid shit all day long before video games were invented.
unusual. One of the things that he has, well, I guess it's part of video game culture or something, but I find it unusual.
Karens and incels, bro. Karens and incels. So, what's my message to... Oh my god, her name is Kara? Bro, simulation confirmed. Pow. So here's basically why this bitch is like just like off her rocker. It basically boils down to the fact that if you're a grown-ass man, guess what grown-ass men do? Whatever the fuck they want. That's right. You know what you don't do as a grown-ass man? Listen to shrieking harpies to tell you what to do. That's what you don't do as a grown-ass man. And if you find yourself in a relationship with a shrieking harpy, then you should probably pick up your manhood and leave. Because it's going to get eviscerated. Yeah, it's one of these things where it's like this is almost exactly like if they shamed him for playing video games. If they shamed me for playing video games, they shame you for playing video games as an adult male, as if you're not allowed to have hobbies, as if you're not allowed to have fun. This is what this is. This is anti-fun. And it always boils. This is the same kind of arguments they made for like, censoring GTA. These are the same type of arguments they make for fucking all the other stupid shit. They try. It's all emotional arguments. There's no facts. There's no. Oh, this is a pragmatic reason why you shouldn't be doing this. No, this is about anti-fun. Because the thing about it is like, imagine if Elon was the most professional person on the planet and never did any of this shit. Would they still be complaining about him irregardless? Yes. Why? This is just one more vector to attack him. It's just like a lot of the like online misogyny and racism and all that stuff. The vast majority of it is literally because they know it's a vector that will bother you. So when that black dude who was playing Valorant or whatever told that girl to go back into the kitchen and make a sandwich, right? Why do you do that? Is it because he's a misogynist? I don't think so. It's because it's a vector he knew would work. That's why. That's where a lot of it comes from. So if people know that you're sensitive about your mom, tell me, what are they gonna do? What are they gonna do? If they know that you're a mama's boy and you're sensitive about your mommy, what are they gonna do? Well, they're gonna make jokes about your mom all day, every day, until you flip your fucking lid. Because that's the point. That's the entire point. And you might not like it, and it is toxic. I will 100% agree with that. It absolutely can get into toxic territory. I was in those lobbies. I know exactly how it can be. That's what the fucking mute button is for. That's what the block button is for. Because when you get with somebody like that who just won't let up, because 9 times out of 10 what happens is that, oh, I fucked your mom, oh, I fucked your dad, oh, blah, 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 blah. And if you come back with some good zingers, 9 times out of 10, maybe 8 out of 10, that they'll either chill out or you might even become pros. There were several dudes I met through Xbox Live and on online gaming that literally we started out beefing with one another. Like it's a common male story where 2 bros butt heads, they shit all over each other. And like, I remember this one dude, it was on Xbox Live. It absolutely was. Call of Duty. I was in the fucking Navy, right? And I'm like fucking 22 years old. So, and me and this dude are just shit talking one another constantly. And the funny thing is that neither one of us would leave. We're just constantly shitting on each other the entire time. We follow each other to the maps. We constantly just go after each other. We don't care about the team. We don't care about anything. We just fuck with each other. And after about an hour of this, it started to become ironic. And then the game finally put us on the same team instead of us getting on the opposites, and we just decided to roll with it. And then we started team killing each other, and it was hilarious. We made everybody leave, and it was just the most fun. Like one of the most fun times I had in Call of Duty up until that point, because we literally made our own fun inside the game. Making people leave because we're team killing one another. Like even the opposite team was like, "Bros, y'all need to chill out." Hidden Sage, greetings and salutations, my friend. How many times have people tried to censor GTA? Exactly. So when they tell you, oh, we want to censor this game, because it's bad. Newsweek. Yeah, here it is. Video game encouraging rape and incest removed from Steam. I'm pretty sure it was removed from Steam. Let me see. That's a big ass white screen. Removed from major gaming platform. This was on April 10th. I don't know if they reversed it or not, but it's essentially a male protagonist who encourages here. Male protagonist who is encouraged to become every woman's worst nightmare and never take no for an answer. Is that weird? Oh yeah. Should it be censored? Nope. Art should not be censored. If someone can smear shit on an art canvas and sell it for $100,000, I don't want to fucking hear a word. I don't want to hear a word. I don't care about your moralizing or all that other stuff. You say this game promotes violence against women. If that's the case, then GTA promotes murder, theft, and a bunch of other horrible ass fucking shit. Prostitution. What else is it? Assault. Violence with a deadly weapon. That's murder too. What are we looking at? Oh, vehicular homicide. Terrorism. Terrorism. Absolutely. Let's see. What else? What is it called when you? Oh, hijacking. It also piracy because you can steal boats. So it also encourages you to steal military equipment like a fighter jet. That was in GTA 3. I remember that. I love that mission. That was so fun. You literally go on an aircraft carrier, kill a bunch of fucking soldiers, sailors, and steal a goddamn F-16. That's called hijacking and piracy, bro. That's exactly what that is. And that's what GTA encourages, if this were true. But you know it's not. You know these are the dumbest fucking arguments on earth, and that's why we don't make them. Because they're fucking stupid. My favorite terrorist act in GTA is strapping a remote control C4 into a car and then driving it as fast as you can and jump out. Dude, Battlefield 3, baby. That's exactly what I used to do on those Jeeps, man. You spawn as the support, and you just chuck C4 all over the Jeep, and you just run straight into a freaking into a tank. And of course, I did the absolutely non-PC thing of going ah, la, 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 because they had proximity voice chat. So that means that the guys in the tank hear you coming when you scream. I remember being on a building, dropping down on a tank and throwing C4, getting right in front of the turret and be like, ah, la, 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 la. It was fucking hilarious. Absolutely top tier gameplay, man. Oh, people loved it. People love it. Well, that's what happens when you play like Americans versus frickin' the resistance fighters in the fucking Middle East. Like, it's great. Y'all want to talk destruction? Anyone else ever play the old Mercenaries game on Xbox? I think so. I think I know what you're talking about. But I don't know. Piracy? No. Hassan like Houthi pirates, remember? He compared them to Luffy from One Piece. What a freaking child I know, dude. But you do realize what it's for. It's just it's all about the thing, right? And just like I said, if his thing is not about winning elections either. If he wanted to win elections, he wouldn't say half the shit that he does or do half the shit that he does. He doesn't want to win elections. He wants to subvert our entire culture and change the United States to be some fucking commie hellhole, which I am not cool with. But yeah, this right here is these kind of people want us to live in a Karenocracy. That's what they want. They want to be able to browbeat us with their moral bullshit all day long. And the only words that you need to say to someone like this is fuck off. That's it. Go fuck yourself. Also an acceptable answer. Fuck off and die. Probably a good one. A little bit more spicy, but hey, if you're feeling it, you're feeling it, right? Because essentially, it's trying to shame you for being who you are. I want you to listen to this again.
One of the things that he has is he loves dank memes and jokes, and he loves to make jokes himself and then
unironically, dank memes. Unironically.
Laugh at his own jokes. And then all the people who work for him laugh at him, and therefore he thinks he's funny. And he's
He is funny.
He's not funny. He's sometimes funny, I guess. Well, I never thought so, but
Do you see how her brain is like trying to square the circle? That's what that is. That's why you smell how you can smell the wood burning through the monitor.
he likes to do this. He likes to engage in sort of these juvenile little pranks. And
Yes, they are juvenile pranks. That's why they're fun.
when he's not doing that, he likes to insult people. And
Also fun.
all kidding aside, we don't mind being called these names, but it's
Yes, you do. That's why you're complaining about it. If you didn't mind, you would just shut the fuck up and go away. And just roll with it. Or insult him back. Because that's what you do. That's how you defeat the juvenile insults. Is you either ignore them or you play into it. This is what Elon wants you to do. He wants you to go on TV and complain about his dank memes because then it shows the entire world that you are a Karen, Kara.
a 53-year-old man does not do this.
Yes, he does. He absolutely does. And do you know why? It's because all of us have a little boy inside of us, and embracing it makes you human.
I mean, or this one does. And so,
All right. So she literally contradicts herself no less than 5 times in 30 seconds. Think about that. Just think about that. Also, Metatron, also a cool dude. And nice helmet, bro. Let's see. Oh, yeah. So this is... Musk slashes Doge saving forecast by 85%. Announced Thursday, the Department of Government Efficiency is now targeting $150 billion in federal savings. There was something I wanted to show you out. It was something that came up, but this kind of disheartened me. I'm not gonna lie, because they've been bringing down the amount that they're going to save. That's it. Okay, I found it. It's on YouTube. Last year, I gave my father a vacuum muzzle as a present that he forgot at my place. He acted like it's the greatest Christmas present ever. He's 60. That's great. That's amazing. Oh, freaking base dad, right? Y'all want to talk? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So initial projection was 2 trillion. Then it got halved to 1 trillion. But now Musk has walked it back during Thursday's cabinet meeting. It was April 13th. So Thursday would have been April 10th. So on April 10th, he walked it back and revised it to $150 billion, will result in better services for the American people and ensure federal spending in a way is more sensible and fair. I had a feeling that the $2 trillion was way overbought, but I am disappointed that the $1 trillion wasn't an acceptable goal, and then it got revised down again to $150 billion, which is significantly less than $1 trillion and even more significantly than $2 trillion. So I am a bit disappointed, but it's essentially for the fiscal year of 2026. So, what else? January, really achievable 1 trillion. Okay, yeah. So it does make me kind of bothered. However, there is a thing about let me see, 400 million unemployment fraud. Secretary of Labor and Doge uncovered 400 million in unemployment insurance fraud. We have almost 25,000 people over 115 years old who are collecting 59 million. That's 28,000 people between 1 and 5 years old have collected fraudulent payments of 245 million. Lastly, 10,000 people haven't been born yet. 15 years into the future, 69 million, and they haven't even been born yet. Is that the same thing? 350 million of the 400 million of the improper unemployment benefits were from 3 states, 3 blue states: California, New York, and Massachusetts. Turns out California of the people, turns out that California, of the people that the CBP identified as either on terrorist watch list or with criminal records, about 70% of those payments were done in California.
Pete Hegseth just tweeted out within the last hour, Ned, that the Pentagon is canceling $5.1 billion with a B, forget $258 million, $5.1 billion in contracts, Pentagon contracts. So do the Democrats realize what a box they've been put in here defending fraud, waste, and abuse?
The amazing part to me is,
and the funny thing is like this is the blunder that the Democrats have done, and I cannot stress this enough. I have to say this because it is bothering me, and so I need to be able to articulate it properly. The Democrats, when Doge was announced, I understood why they fought back against it in the election. Because it would be, if they had tried to join on the bandwagon at that time, it would have been the same as no tax on tips when Kamala came out with that. It was literally copied from Trump, and she was mocked endlessly for it, even by her own side. But once Trump took office, the Democrats should have immediately pounced on Doge to join the effort. And here's why. It's called pacing and leading. It's a persuasion technique. So essentially what you do is when you're trying to persuade somebody who may be on the other side of an issue, is that you find a commonality that you both agree on, no matter how tenuous it is. And then what that does is that once you find that commonality, you express that to the person and you hit it home over and over and over again, making sure that you both agree on this thing. And then once you agree, what that allows you to do is that, because once you agree with someone, they get this internal feeling. It's in the back of their head. It's not something you think about. But once you agree with someone, you feel more inclined to believe the other things that they say. So if you agree with someone on taxes and they start talking about foreign policy, you're more likely to follow them down the path that they're going when they're talking about that other subject. And this is what they should have done with Doge, is they should have immediately popped on and be like, look, we heard the American people. The American people said they wanted Doge, so Democrats are going to hop on board. That's what we're going to do. We're going to help President Trump, and we're going to make sure it's done right, because we don't think that the Republicans can do this correctly, and so we want to be in on the process so we can provide oversight. If they had done that, it would look really bad if Trump and the Doge team turned down their stuff. Now, they would have had to do it more pragmatically than that, right? It would have had to been like, we want to get rid of the government. We want the government to be efficient too. We heard the American people. We want to help make this a reality so that, people don't get hurt. We want to protect the most vulnerable, and so we want to help them. Because wasting government money is bad. Fraud is bad. Everybody agrees. All of these things. The only people that don't agree are criminals. Boom. Okay. And then what you do, once you've established, yes, Doge could be a good thing, and we want to be a part of this good thing. Once you've established this, then you can lead them down another path, which is like allowing at least some of the Democrats to be in on the Doge team so that they can provide actual oversight. So that you have a Democrat going through all of the stuff with all of them instead of it just being all red team. Because right now, it's just all red team. There is no blue team on Doge. There is no blue team providing oversight. They're screaming into the wind about how they're stealing your fucking Social Security and all this other stuff, and they're talking about people who are committing fraud. But when blue team talks about this, they're trying to take Medicare from old people. They're trying to take Social Security from old people. They're trying to steal your benefits rather than the messaging that the admin is putting out. And the reason that it sounds like bullshit and it sounds like they're just screaming into the wind is because if you're just an average Walmart American, you are literally on the other side of, hey, we want to eliminate fraud and make the government more efficient. That's what you're on the other side of. Instead of, yes, we also want to eliminate fraud and make the government more efficient. So how do we do that? Let's do it right. And that could be the Democrat messaging is, we agree that the American, we have heard the American people want their government to be more efficient and they want to get rid of fraud. We agree. That's the pace. And the lead is, hey, we want to be a part of this so that we can provide oversight so we can protect you, the little guy, to make sure that accidents don't happen, right? Because accidentally firing the nuclear guys was pretty bad. Accidentally kicking people off Medicare or any benefits when they legitimately should be on it, That would be bad. But did they do that? No. No, they didn't. They did the thing that benefits them most from virtue signaling. What is the virtue signal? I'm anti-Trump. I'm fighting Trump. That's the virtue signal. So it feels like the entire fucking party is doing nothing but virtue signaling. And to be fair, I mean, the Trump admin is flopping around on their fucking face. Like there is no doubt. Like, I'm not going to defend any of their shit because I'm not going to defend any of their shit that I think is bad. Let me put it to you like that. And lowering and having the huge ask with the $2 trillion and then lowering it to $150 billion in a fiscal year, it's not necessarily a good look. Not necessarily a good look. Especially when you're fumble fucking around and there are actually legitimate things that you're fucking up. Like firing the nuclear guys. That was really stupid. I don't know how that happened. But it's one of those things, it's like, how does that happen? Well, that's bureaucracy, baby. There's always inefficiency. You're always going to have stupidity. And you know what else you're going to have? Do you remember when I can't remember which agency it was, got rid of like some African-American thing in the government? It was like something for African-American history or something like that. And it was the Tuskegee Airmen thing. They preemptively did this without any instruction from the White House because they assumed that because Republicans are anti-DEI, in their heads, they think they're being racist and they're anti-black. And so that's why they got rid of it. Was be like, well, if he's anti-black, we got to get rid of this, right? When that's not what it means. This is why a lot of Democrats cannot even imagine what normal people and or people on Red Team actually think, is because they do not see the world the way it actually is. And to be fair, a lot of fucking MAGA people don't either. But a lot of those MAGA people aren't actually in the fucking like power, right? They can't model what a Republican thinks. They can't model what a Walmart American thinks in their brain because they literally lack the ability to do so because they are not looking at reality. They're only being fed the siloed news that they listen to. And the proof is in the pudding, baby. And you want to know why that is? The Fine People hoax. It's the perfect example. How long did the news say that Trump called neo-Nazis and white supremacists fine people? How long did that lie propagate in Blue Team before they actually and they many of them still believe it today, but they didn't. But many of the people on Blue Team and regular Americans didn't even know that was a hoax until CNN started to do it just a few years ago. So for years, nobody on Blue Team even knew the other side of that argument, that there even was another side of that argument. They just believed that he praised white supremacists and neo-Nazis, rather than the fact that he specifically said, I am not talking about them. Specifically, he actually said that. I'm not talking about them. And he named them white supremacists and neo-Nazis. It was either white supremacists and neo-Nazis or something along those lines. My specific wording may be messed up, but he did actually condemn them. Totally. He said that. Not only that, if you listen to the entirety of the speech, he is referring to when he says both sides, he's talking about the statue argument, about taking down statues. I also agree that we shouldn't be tearing down statues via mobs. That doesn't make me a white supremacist or a neo-Nazi. If you want to take down a statue, then you need to do it the correct way and go through your democratically elected fucking government and do it that way. And have them do it. Because, like, I'm not a big fan of taking down statues. I'm just in general, I'm not. Especially when they're in like a public place and it was done by the government in the first place. But if a city thinks that, you know, they don't like the statue anymore, or they want another statue, who am I really to deny the democratic will of the people of that area, right? So if they don't want a statue of a man on a horse and they would rather have a statue of an elk, who am I to say that that's wrong, right? But if it's my only contention is if it's a historical thing, then it needs to go in a fucking museum or something like that. It needs to be protected so that future generations know that this was here and know what it was about. So if you have some racist ass statue built by some motherfucker back in the day because he hated black people, people need to know this shit existed, not just in pictures, but saving the thing to prove this. Somebody not only hated them so much that they would do horrible things to them, they would literally waste their fucking money building a goddamn statue of it. That's important historical context, I think. I really do. And to get rid of it, it will literally is to hide history. And I don't think that's cool. To tear down statues and destroy them is absolutely to tear down history. And I think the only, and like even when you're like tearing down statues of like dictators, in like when Saddam Hussein's statue came down, like I can understand why. I definitely can. Still, it probably should have been preserved for historical purposes, right? Because that's like part of your history. I know you feel good about tearing it down, but it's one of those deals where it's like, if you don't understand your history, you're doomed to repeat it. And that kind of statue is really, it really sends home just how much of a piece of shit he was. The people from 1 to 5 are on Social Security benefits, not fraud. Shit like that getting reported as fraud is why I'm so annoyed with Doge. How do you know they're not? How do you know? Just because people are 1 through 5, that yes, they can get Social Security benefits, but it's usually the parents that get the Social Security benefits, not the people, right? And so you would have that on the account. So you wouldn't just have a 1-year-old on the account with no adult. So that's how you would know it was fraud, is if there's no adult. Because, and you want to know how I know this? Because I have been my previous marriage, my wife at the time got Social Security benefits for her child. And guess what the account said? It was to the child's name, care of mom's name. And on the account, on the Social Security account on the internet that the government has, her name is right next to the other one. So perhaps you're right. Perhaps they're talking shit and they're just leaving that out and they're lying. That's entirely possible. I 100% say that it's within the realm of possibility, but it's something that could easily be proven to be false. So I have a hard time believing that they would do that. They might, though.
Is that they continue to say, hands off our waste, fraud, and abuse. Elon Musk and Donald Trump, we believe that we have every right to leave our hands on the American taxpayer dollars to do whatever we want to fund our friends, our NGOs, and our pet projects. You know, the amazing part to me
See, this is good framing. This is why the Democrats are losing a lot of people on this. And most of the only people that are actually on the other side of this are on blue team because they're genuflecting to do the opposite and to fight. That's what they're doing.
In these unemployment benefits, this just broke right before your show started. 305 million of that 400 million in the improper unemployment benefits were from 3 states, 3 blue states, California, New York, and Massachusetts. And it turns out that California, of the people that the CBP identified as either on terrorist watch lists or with criminal records, about 70% of those payments were done in California. So I guess, Laura, I have a question of what is going on in these blue states that they continue to give.
What do you mean? They made mistakes like the 150-year-olds collecting benefit argument. What's wrong with that argument? If there are people on the Social Security rolls who are 150 years old and those people are collecting money from the government, is that not fraud? I don't understand what you're talking about. No recorded death. Okay, let's look at it. Thank you, by the way, for the link. Appreciate that, bud. Okay. So, are not necessarily receiving benefits. This is not a refutation, by the way. I just want to state that. In the first fucking sentence, not necessarily. Okay. Do none of these websites have dark mode? Like, for real? Do they not know? The new head of the agency said Wednesday, contradicting claims. Instead, those individuals are people in records. I know about this part. People are in records of Social Security who do not have a date of death associated with the record. That's true. And because the two systems don't communicate with one another, this is what they said in that Doge interview with that one reporter, is that the two systems don't communicate, and therefore, if you don't know that a person is dead, then they can still receive benefits. That was what the claim was. The new acting Social Security commissioner was placed in the role by President Trump. Clarification comes after Trump and billionaire. Okay. Social Security Administration automatically stops payment who are older than 115. The agency rule has been in effect since 2015. Maybe Twilight is real. Vampires are collecting Social Security. Oh my god, that's a meme. There are instances of overpayments and fraud within Social Security. A July 2024 report. Inspector General stated that of the fiscal year, the agency paid out $8.6 trillion in benefits, including 71.8 billion. I love how they have to add the 1% improper payments. Most of the erroneous payments were overpayments to living people. Okay. Part of the confusion comes from the software based on the programming language, which lacks a date type. That means some entries are missing or incomplete with birth dates will default to the reference point of more than 150 years. The news organization Wired first reported the agency's use is more than 60 years old. Social Security Administration not established a new system. This does not mean, however, that these individuals were... The agency decided not to update the database because it could do so would run up to $9 million. The agency decided not to update the database because of the cost to do so, which would run upwards of $9 million. Is it just me, or does that sound fucking retarded? We have 71.8 billion in improper payments, but we don't want to update the system because it would cost $9 million. Okay. Reiterated the agency's commitment to transparency. Last line of the statement acknowledged reporting about people older than 100 receiving benefits. In the statement, Duke added the agency's priority continues to be paying beneficiaries the right amount at the right time. Yep. He noted that Doge personnel cannot make changes to agency systems. So all the people saying that Elon Musk is stealing your shit, the dude that you're citing that is shitting on Elon is telling you he cannot make changes. That, like, literally their entire job is to look through these systems and simply report it. That's pretty much it. And then it's the other people in the government's job to do something about it. As far as I understand. Dude, this fucking... I despise this shit, dude. Fucking white-ass screens. Doesn't do half of what he's supposed to. Yeah, I mean, I get you, dude. I've also met people who, I've known people. I've been in relationships with people who abuse the system. I know it happens. Yeah, they only have read access. There you go. Treasury clawbacks. So look at this. Look at this. Look at this. In the article that you linked me. Payments improperly went to dead people. So, these people are not necessarily receiving benefits. Notice the language. Not a complete refutation. Simply stating that some of them probably aren't. But it also leaves open that some are. Where's the other one? That's... up here. Almost none of the number holders discussed in the report currently receive SSA payments. Okay, there you go. But that's a 2023 report. We'll look at that in a second. Where did it say it? It was up here, wasn't it? It's not public. Administration automatically stops payment. Agency rule. Yeah, it's just, yeah, this statement right here, not necessarily receiving benefits. Well, what that leaves open is that some are. So that language in and of itself is not a refutation of what Elon Musk has said. We're gonna read this in a second. And right down here it says, U.S. Treasury clawed back more than $31 million in a variety of federal payments, not just Social Security payments, that improperly went to dead people. So federal payments, not just Social Security. So dead people received more than Social Security payments. They received other types of federal payments. And they clawed back $31 million from those payments. Does he? Does he? Does he? Really? With this language? Is that a refutation? Or is that like, how should I put this? It's more even language. In early January, that the former Treasury official said was just the tip of the iceberg. Like, what the fuck does early January have to do with anything? If in early January, before Doge even took effect, the Treasury Department clawed back more than $31 million in federal payments, not just Social Security payments that were improperly went to dead people. So this is before Doge even took over. They already did this, right? So that means it is happening. 100%, it is happening. Right? Okay. And you're right. Some of that was probably due to that. I agree. Funnily enough, I got a letter from the Social Security Administration yesterday that apparently they owe me money. Because my mom was supposed to receive a payment for her death, and she never did because of, there's a lot of legality going on. I don't want to discuss it. Okay, so the money reclaimed as part of a 5-month pilot program after Congress gave temporary access to Social Security Administration full death master file. So for 3 years as part of the Omnibus Appropriations Bill in 2021. 5-month pilot program. Okay. The SSA maintains that the most complete federal database of individuals who have died, and the file contains more than 142 million records. Let's go back to 1899, according to the Treasury. Treasury estimated in January that it would recover more than 215 million during the 3-year access period, which runs from 2023 to 2026. So this is just the Treasury clawbacks. Okay. Senior research strategist for this fucking place. If he can root out and put a stop to improper payments, okay. Federal government where error rates are high. Social Security would be near the bottom of the list, not near the top. Okay, so why are we quoting this guy? What the fuck does he have to do with any of this? Is he in the article anywhere else? Is this the... Is he the... I'm confused. I'm bad with names, so you'll have to forgive me. New head of the agency. What's his name? Is that him? No, that can't be him. No, Lee Dudek. Okay. So this guy... Are they just randomly bringing in some fucko and quoting him for some fucking no reason at all? What does a senior research strategist have to do with any of this? What senior research strategist for fucking what? Like, I love how this doesn't tell me anything at all. Not even a little bit. Is he a political scientist? Is he fucking, does he do feminist glaciation? Is that what he does? Underwater basket weaving professor? Okay. I'm being a shithead because the people who wrote this are not giving me information. They're just literally giving me credentials. So there's no, I don't know what kind of like weight this man's words should have, other than the fact that he's a senior research strategist at the whatever center at the Georgia Mason University, whatever the fuck that is. Error rates are high. Social Security would need to be bottom of the list. Okay, so this guy who is not part of the government, who is a research strategist at this fucking center at this fucking university, says that that the Social Security Administration is not near the top, it's at the bottom. Okay. Medicaid improper payments are quite substantial. I also agree with this. This is one of the things, and soared after Medicaid expansion of the ACA. I would probably agree with that too. By all means, go after any improper payments that are found, but let's not pretend that that's where the biggest financial problems are. Okay. I still want it back. Professor of Public Policy also at the George Mason University said that claims made by Musk and Trump will make people think the solutions to the government financial problems are simpler than they appear. Yeah, that's why their messaging is very simple, because people are simple. Normal people are simple because they have shit to do all day. And if you cannot deliver them a message that is short, simple, and sweet, then you're gonna fucking lose. Is that the claim may mislead people into thinking there's an easy fix to the Social Security financial problems, that we can somehow restore solvency without making sacrifices through higher taxes or lower benefits. Okay, that has this has nothing to do with eliminating fraud from any of this stuff. Like, that's like, why is this in that? Why is this here? Why is this here? A previous investigation revealed that Social Security Administration paid $71.8 billion in improper payments. The Social Security Administration is now working to find even more waste, fraud, and abuse in the administration's whole of government effort to protect the American taxpayer. So this doesn't refute the fact that people over 100 years old are getting payments, because that. Language is important. When asked, are people over 100 years old getting Social Security payments? He did not say no. He did not say no. Why did he not say no if he's refuting it? They're not necessarily receiving payments. Okay. What exactly does that mean? Does that mean some people are? And that we need to fix that? I would think so, right? Right. So we can agree that they've made mistakes and they're probably going to make more mistakes, and that it makes people a little antsy when you're making mistakes with the government. Well, let me ask you a question. Can you name a change in policy that will not hurt anyone ever, period? Even if you were to change it to give more people more benefits, right? Let's say they increase Social Security benefits by 5%, and that was the only thing that they did. Can you say for sure that won't hurt anybody? Hint, the answer is no. Because any change in the government whatsoever will hurt somebody. Somebody will be the loser and somebody will be the winner. Because our government has so much power that anytime they change something, somebody is always the loser. Now, you may not care. That's fine. Perfectly valid. But you can't say that that's not the case. At 100 years old, some of them should be getting benefits. Musk claims that X were about 150 years old, which is fair, a bit better argued against. Fair enough. Since the agency rules shut the payments off at 115. You say the agency rules do that, but that doesn't mean that's what's going on in the computer systems, right? That's kind of what I'm getting at. Audits review. 60 days. Determine effective controls. Annotate death information. So this is... I already closed that. Results. Social Security Administration has not established controls to annotate death information on the numerate records of number holders who exceed the maximum reasonable life expectancy. SSA added death information to the numerate records of approximately 1.5 to the 6.5 million number holders age 112 or older discussed in the 2015 report. However, at the time of the review, although the Census Bureau estimated approximately 86,000 individuals residing in the United States or 100,000... Wait, what? There's 86,000 people who are 100? Holy shit! That's cool. Or is that just in the system? SSA numerates included approximately 18.9 million number holders who were born in 1920 or earlier but had no death information on the numerate record. Death information is missing from the numerate record, and the DMF hampers both SSA and government-wide efforts to prevent and detect fraud and misuse. Wait. Are you telling me they cited a report that says the opposite of what they claim it says? Did that really just happen? Did that really just happen? Let me go back. So where's this report at? This is the 2015 report. It's not established a new system. Where's the one I'm looking at? This is... Fuck, I don't remember which one I clicked. There's like... Oh, here it is. This is the language I was talking about. So the Social Security Administration Inspector General, blah, 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 state the agency has not established a new system to properly annotate death information as database, which included roughly 18.9 million people born in 1920 or earlier and not marked as deceased. This does not mean, however, that these individuals are receiving benefits. Okay. But that's not a no, they're not receiving benefits. That's my problem with this statement. And in the government's own report, death information missing from the numerate and DMF hampers both Social Security Administrations and government-wide efforts to prevent and detect fraud and misuse. So they may not be receiving payments. May not, sure. But in the government's own fucking report, it says this is hampering our ability to detect fraud and misuse. But that doesn't necessarily mean they're receiving Social Security payments, right? You're right, it doesn't necessarily mean that. True. But it also leaves the door open to that they are. And I would like to point out, this is not a quote. This is something the reporter wrote. This is the reporter's statement. Not a quote. This is... So, the Social Security Administration transferred these earnings, all the earnings from 2016 to 2020, to the earnings suspend file, primarily because the personally identifiable information provided on the workers' earnings reports did not match the Social Security Administration's enumerated records. So there you go. So of those people, it did not match their records. So we have a discrepancy. Employers and individuals reported approximately $8.5 billion in wages, tips, and self-employment income using 139,211 Social Security numbers assigned to individuals age 100 and older. Yeah, I know it's an estimation, but it's still cool that there are estimated 86,000 people who are 100 years or older that actually do live in the United States and are alive. That's pretty cool. So here we go down here. The Department of Treasury operates the Do Not Pay portal as part of a government-wide initiative to prevent and detect improper payments. Social Security will begin sharing with the DMF with the Do Not Pay initiative in December 2023. Taking action to include death information for millions of number holders omitted from the DMF would enhance the government-wide improper payment prevention and detection. All right, so recommendations. We recommend Social Security use death information already in its records to input death information for 2.5 million number holders' numerate records. 2, use death information in centers for Medicare and Medicaid services and various state death data files to input death information for approximately 498,000 numerate records. And 3, develop a methodology to add death information to the numerate records of the approximately 15.8 million remaining non-current payment status beneficiary number holders identified in our audit. And the Social Security Administration disagrees with our recommendation. Okay. So, what have we learned? That government bureaucracy is messy, horrible, and extremely inefficient. That's what we've learned. It's this is why I rail against Byzantine levels of bureaucracy, is because even when you try to do something, you're bogged down with so much bullshit, it's hard to get done, right? This is why I appreciate the fact that when they did the Doge thing, it was more of they say it's a scalpel, but it's not. It's a sledgehammer, and it has to be, because, or let me rephrase that. It's a sledgehammer with a scalpel on it. And the reason I say it that way is because you cannot penetrate this shit at all, because there are so many levels of bullshit in your way that even when you try to do it apparently the right way and you have a complete audit that says, hey, this is all fucked up and we need to fix it, doesn't matter. Okay. I need to take a break. I gotta go take care of my son. He just woke up and is rolling around on the floor. So I'll be right back, boys. Stay tuned for more right here at Tango Hotel. Yes, indeed. And we'll go through more boring political stuff. I can't wait. It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be stupendous. I promise. Also, Hidden Sage, thank you very much for the link, bro. Right on, bud. Right on. Be right back. Damn right.
You can't hide!
Whoa.
Judgment sniper! Sniper!
I gotcha. The Shoggoth Division. It's GG. GG. Division. I can spell. I don't know how to spell. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it there, Chief. Okay, so yeah. Same name. Bada bang. Division. It's totally Division.
thousand stars of a calm, golden heart of fearless guide. Through the fog he cuts so bold. Sea and sky, this pirate rides with a heart spun out of gold.
For a picnic
Yes.
or what?
Oh, shit.
Move on! Safe position taken. Got you in my sights. You like that, huh?
Another turret. Is he gonna take a shot? Oh! Get XCOM'd! Woo! Oh my god, that was ridiculous. That was ridiculous.
Is Ash Destroyer. Get your Ash Destroyers ready, boys. It's gonna be a banger.
I'm totally gonna clip that, by the way. Oh my god, dude.
The speaker commended
One letter off! And of course, we did the tropiest thing we could possibly do, and I called him New York City, and he called me Nashville, Tennessee. It was great. Great. Because I talk like this. And he thought it was funny. That dude ended up serving his term in the Navy on the USS Enterprise, I believe. Pretty sure that's where he went. What are you doing, Gabos? How dare you on my mountain? How dare you? But yeah, like I said, it was partially the reason for me being the way I am. Not the reason, but partially. Nope. Sorry, bud. Boom. And he hit me first. The little bastard. How's my armor holding up? Yeah, my armor's good. But yeah, it just led to a series of events. Because then, what was it? I had to have surgery on my collarbone to fix it. Because we're back. Sweet. All right, well, we might end up having to cut the stream short, depending on what happens. Both of my children are awake, and they are bouncing off the fucking walls. So we'll just have to see. Maybe nothing. Maybe. We'll just have to see, huh? Skadoosh. There's no way. All right. So here we are. All right. So where are we at? We're talking about Doge. That's right. So yeah, it's one of those things that's like, I support the Doge effort. Right? I don't know if they're doing the right thing or not, because we can't look at the Social Security information, right? They are making claims, but the only thing that the other team is really doing is saying that they're lying. But they can't really prove it, right? That's the thing. That's my contention, is that they're saying they're stealing your fucking Social Security, but they can't prove that they're doing that. They're simply stating it as if it was fact, even though it's their opinion. Oh, the same way that people on Red Team are being like, oh, it's Democratic states, and it's like, it's probably not because they're Democrat. It's probably for another reason. It might be tangentially related to them being Democrat, that democratic states tend to be more regulated and tend to have more Byzantine forms of regulation, which absolutely can hide fraud and corruption in plain sight. Like, didn't they have a let me see something here. Government meanings. Okay. One of 7 federal agencies shuttered by Doge on Friday is the most Doge-able agency of all time before the pandemic. The 9-story K Street Tower for 60 employees. So they had a 9-story K Street Tower for 60 employees. I don't know what K Street has to do with it. That some kind of like expensive ass place. K Street, major thoroughfare on Washington, D.C. Okay, so they had a 9-story K Street Tower for 60 employees. Its halls were lined with oil paintings of the employees and other art purchased from the boss's wife. Let's see what the rating is. Responds to claims the article, which is now 12 years old, and claims do not reflect the audit comment. Okay, so let's see. Is it bullshit? Misleading article. What is this? Federal Mediation Services. What is this? Issued a statement. Okay, what is this? What is this? So it is a government agency. It has its own .gov website. Mediation and Counsel Service. About Us. Agency helps to build better relationships through joint problem solving and constructive responses to inevitable conflict. Small, independent federal agency that plays a crucial role in sustaining America's economy by preventing, minimizing, and resolving work stoppages and labor disputes. Okay, thank you. That's okay. So these efforts help avoid cost disruptions, blah, 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 by offering mediation, training, and facilitation services to employees nationwide. Okay, so sweet. All right, so that's what they do. Cool. I don't know if that's a legit thing or not. I don't know if we should have a government agency that does that or not, but that's what they do. I could see a potential need for that. Contains numerous falsehoods and misleading claims, irresponsible, blah, blah, blah. The article references elements that are not only outdated, but fail to acknowledge substantial reforms implemented over a decade ago. Commissioned an external independent through implemented 100% audit recommendations, further solidifying and displaying the commitment. Okay, that's what the fuck does that mean? In response to those issues, introduced a robust ethics initiative that does not refute anything the fucking article says. Beyond these measures, consistently invested in best practices that does not refute anything. Our proactive approach that does not refute anything. External independent financial audits have conducted with zero findings and any irregularities, affirming. I don't even know. How do I know this is true? Number one. Number two, I don't see a link to that. Number three, this still doesn't mean anything if you use independent financial audits. Because, you know, if you're fucking doing fraud, are you really going to have a truly independent audit? Or is it a non-government audit that potentially could be corrupt as well? Right? So does this mean something? It might, but it could also just be bullshit. Almost all of this right here sounds like bullshit to me. Right? When the contention is people were buying oil paintings of themselves with taxpayer dollars and financing trips and hotel stays and even jewelry purchases with their budgets. That's the claim. All they're saying is, nah, bro, you're lying. All of this is like PR bullshit. Oh, we did this and this, but none of this means anything if you're fucking corrupt, right? Because if you're actually corrupt, you could do all of these things and say you did all of them and it actually worked, but you're still corrupt as fuck. You just use this to hide the fact that you're being fraudulent. And I'm not saying that's what they are doing. I'm saying that's what you could do because your language is PR based and not just straight to the point. No, this is wrong. We did not buy oil paintings with taxpayer money. We did not buy jewelry with taxpayer money. We did not, what's the other claim? We did not finance trips and hotel stays with taxpayer money that were not like legitimate government things. You know what? This does not say? That. That's what should be in these bullet points. Actually, that should be the first bullet point, and then all of these should come after that. It's not fucking hard, bro. We are disappointed the article publishing in guise of journalism to resurrect old sensational claims. Oh, so it's a PR. Oh, so they literally cited themselves saying how good they are. Okay, that's great. Good job. That means nothing. Our independent audit and successful implementation. You know how it doesn't refute any of that? It doesn't say we didn't buy oil paintings with taxpayer dollars. See how it doesn't say that? Is not a drain on taxpayer dollars. Okay. In fact, our operations manage on a $55 million budget. Oh, so they, and we generate an impressive return. Yeah, of course, yes. Please blow more smoke up my ass. So I would like to point out that at no point in this statement where they're saying this article is misleading, did they actually refute what it says. It simply says that, oh, this article resurrects reporting that dates back over 12 years. And that we implemented all this bullshit fucking gobbledygook talk and we're doing good. But at no point in this article does it say, no, we did not buy oil paintings with taxpayer dollars. No, we did not fund expensive trips on taxpayer dime. No, we did not buy jewelry on taxpayer dollars. So, Federal Mediation Council Service, allow me, a layman who is simply a simple nuclear mechanic, to help you out here. The first words out of your fucking mouth need to directly address these things. Otherwise, it makes me believe that it's true. Because at no point in this article does it refute any of that. Thanks, bros. I gotta love it, man. Got to love it. And here's the funny thing is, I could still be wrong. Like, I'm not adverse to saying that everything I'm saying could be wrong. That it simply could be It simply could be that these people are actually fucking stupid, just like the rest of the blue team when they didn't immediately embrace the Doge meme and try to pace and lead with persuasion. It could be, it could absolutely be that, where was that at? Was it here? No. Oh, I already got rid of it. Never mind. Okay. It could be that the person who runs this place and did this is just a fucking idiot. It could be that that's what's going on, or that they're, or here's the South Park meme. The South Park meme. Okay. Where is it?
Here in San Francisco.
That they're so high on their own fucking flatulence that they didn't understand that this doesn't do what they claim it does right here. Because that's what this says to me. Right? And I don't know, and I really can't interpret it any other way. As someone who now is old enough to recognize 100% grade A, like USDA approved bovine excrement. That's what this looks like to me. There is no refutation. This is, we're good boys. We had an independent audit and found ourselves not guilty of anything and fixed all the things that they said we were guilty of. But they don't talk about the things that they found. They don't say, hey, these are the things that these are the things this thing found, and we fixed all these. No. It just says, resurrects reporting dating back 12 years. I don't know what that means. What reporting? Which part of the claims were from 12 years ago, and which part of those claims did you actually fix? Because if you don't enumerate them, then what that tells me is that you may have fixed one or two of them, but you didn't fix all of them. And that you're afraid of actual oversight, because if you had it, you'd get shut down. Yeah. So again, if it definitely feels like it's either they're lying or they're stupid. Or the third option of they're so high on their own flatulence they can't see straight, right? So you could call that stupid, but it's slightly different. They're so smug and overeducated that they don't understand that what they're doing is anti-persuasive. To anybody that can actually read it and understand what they're talking about, it's anti-persuasive. And the vast majority of Americans won't even go there. They'll literally just listen to these fucking talking heads tell them. And that's like half the fucking problem with everything. And the same reason why the Fine People hoax got as far as it did. All right, so I want to do something that I have never done on my channel. Well, no, that's not true. I actually absolutely have. I've never done it this way. And that is... Oh, bro, this is so funny. This is so funny. Oh, bro. So, influencer report highlights gender pay gap in sponsored content earnings. Yes. There absolutely is a gender pay gap if you're a influencer or content creator, especially if you're on Twitch in the gaming sector. Why? Because gaming, like hardcore gaming, is like a 90-10 population. 90% men, 10% women. That's being generous. That's being very generous. Because my wife plays video games. She plays WoW, or she used to anyway, and she still does on occasion. When she gets the frickin', feeling for it, and a few other games that she's played with me, and sometimes she'll play simpler games with me like Mario Kart and stuff. But she's not a gamer, right? Most women are not gamers. Playing Candy Crush on your phone does not make you a gamer, right? And I know it's the no true Scotsman fallacy, but let's be real here. The line is very blurry, but there is a fucking line. There is a line. And the vast majority of women never make it across there. Are there chicks that absolutely fucking dominate in male-dominated online spaces? 100%, dude. Bad bitches that they are. Absolutely 100% bad bitch. Bad bitches. But they're the minority. The extreme minority. Gaming is a male space. It always basically has been, and it probably always will be. Because this is something that men find more enjoyable. We like to fantasize about killing things and about going to strange worlds and doing all kinds of fucked up shit, right? That we would never do in normal life. And it's not that women don't also like these things. It's that they like them less, on average. Because there are absolutely dudes that don't play video games. There's dudes that don't do D&D. They think that shit is childish and blah, 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 and immature and juvenile and all this other bullshit. Right? There are dudes like that. But the vast majority of people who have that kind of opinion are female, not male. My line is if people play games for fun or plays games or just plays them on the phone to pass time while waiting for something, that's part of not playing for fun, but because nothing better to pass time. Yeah, and the thing about it is the reason the line is so blurry is because there are plenty of people in like South America or third world countries where they play free online games on their phones because they have no other option, right? The phone is the only computer they have access to within their income bracket, and they can't really play a lot of the games that we play because they're too fucking expensive and they don't have enough disposable income to actually make that a reality, right? And so that's fine, but let me put it to you like this. If you took all of those Latinos and Latinas and you took everybody else around the world who was in the situation that I just described, and you gave them enough disposable income to be able to buy a PC and buy video games, 90% of the people who would do that would be male. And again, that is being generous. It's probably like 95 to 98%. I have only known... I have known 0 women in my entire life, and I've known quite a few, who've owned a PC for gaming. Yep. 0. And the few that did get into games were consoles, and it was like somebody who didn't like the whole gamer scene, and then when it became very popular in the like zeitgeist of the day, they started playing shit like Skyrim. That was one of my friends. Her name was Jen. Her name is Jen. And, like, she would always give me shit for playing video games. More just like, you know, she was my friend, so it was more like just gentle ribbing for being a gamer and, you know, wasting my time, blah, 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 blah. And then one day she calls me up and asks me about Skyrim. And it's because it got super popular and there were memes going around and all this stuff. It's, you know, it blew up all over the internet. And so she hopped on the bandwagon. Does Jen still play video games today? No, she does not. Does she own a console? No, she does not. Does she have a PC gaming rig? No, she does not. When I bought my wife a computer, I asked her if she wanted a gaming rig or just something that, you know, for normal stuff. She explicitly told me normal stuff. I still bought her one that could play video games, but it wasn't designed for it. And again, this is someone who played WoW for years after the Burning Crusade came out. What up? Lisbon Cots. Lisbon Scott. Greetings and salutations, my friend. That's right? I got that right? Anyway. So yeah, again, this is one of these things. It's like, so why is there a pay gap in gaming for influencers? Well, a lot of it is because men like to watch women not because of games. Men like to watch women because they're women. Males like to watch females not because they game, but because they're females. When a male watches another male play a video game, it's because they like them playing that video game, or they like them as a personal individual. And it's much easier for a man to bond with another man than it is for a man to bond with a woman, or a male bond to a female in this way. It just is. It's much easier because it's like this. There is more difference between a white man and a white woman than a black man and a white man. I can much easier homeboy down with a black dude, and have many times in the past, than I can with any female, ever. Period. Maybe there was one female back in the day that I remember that was cool, but it wasn't on games. It was on fighting, and that's because she was into Taekwondo. So we would like spar in the fucking bar parking lot and stuff when I was in the military. It was pretty cool. She was fucking homeboy. She was a good homeboy. You nailed the second attempt and absolutely butchered the first one. Nice. Very cool, man. Very cool. Thank you for being here, my dude. Because BC was my WoW time too. I stopped shortly after. I don't know what that is. That bottle. That Wrath of the Lich King. Is that what you're trying to know? Oh yeah, Wrath of the Lich King. Okay, so you forgot the K. Got it. That's why it confused me. The Wrath of the Lich. Got it. Cool. I was like, wait, what? Funnily enough, that's when I stopped playing WoW as my normal game that I play all the time. I mean, I quit during Burning Crusade too, when I joined the Navy, right before I joined the Navy, just because I had to focus on other things in my life. And then once I got in the Navy, I started back again during Wrath of the Lich King, and then I got out once Wrath of the Lich King ended, and I killed Arthas, and I did all the raids and all that other stuff. I felt like, well, my WoW journey is now complete, because like literally I started my WoW journey in Warcraft 1 back in the day. I got it for like $2 in the discount bin, and I played that game, and I thought it was amazing. And so that Christmas, my mom got me Warcraft 2, and I played the absolute dog shit out of that. And then Warcraft 3 came out when I was in college. I played the absolute dog shit out of that. And yeah, and so the storyline from Warcraft 1 essentially continues all the way to the end of the Wrath of the Lich King. And that's when they start writing new shit, and that's when I felt like it started going downhill, just from a storytelling perspective. I know people loved Warlords of Draenor and all this other stuff, but for me, I felt like them changing the entire world was essentially them admitting they had no more ideas that they could do with the world as it currently was, and that they needed to change everything for some stupid ass fucking reason. Because for me, it was like there's so many more stories that you can tell without the overworld changing hardly at all. And the proof is in the pudding, because when they made Burning Crusade, the reason you go to Oddworld, the reason you go back to the Orc homeworld that's now just an absolute trash bin, is because like the lead designers were literally talking about how this could lead to an infinite number of stories in the future, because there are portals all over that place that lead to all places all over the galaxy, or all over the universe or whatever. And it's like they literally sacrificed that so that they could just remake the entire world. I was like, what the fuck? Like, what kind of harebrained motherfucker came up with this fucking idea? Took me 3 or 4 years to stop. I really enjoyed my time, despite the many flaws following Wrath of Lich King. Yeah, I mean it was definitely a thing. And like I said, for me, that was the end of WoW, because if they're going to change the entire world, then it's not WoW, right? I don't. It's fine and all, but and that's the direction they went. Hey man, it's your art. You do what you want. But for me, no. Because like there was so much more that could have been explored, not only in Draenor, but also on the actual continents, without anything. Like think about all the storylines that weren't. Think about all the storylines that weren't in, that they got taken out of the original WoW, right? All the places that had to get cut because it couldn't be finished. They could have done those things, but they didn't. Right? They could have expanded the world more that they'd already built, instead of literally changing everything for some new revamped reason. Right? It just. Shut up, Mubot. That post you're watching commits the typical mistake of non-economics, non-statistician make when talking about gender pay gap, which is there is a gap. holding everything else constant. Yes, exactly. There's a message size threshold I can't hit. Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. If it times you out, I'll untime you out. It's just because bots and shit come in and they spam or like have like gigantic things about buying viewers and stupid shit like that. So that's why that's on there. But I'm not gonna let Moobot mistreat you. Promise. Promise. And so yeah. So to get back to this, why is there a gender pay gap? Because dudes are the main demographic for video games. And dudes like watching dudes play video games. This is why Shroud has, gets thousands upon thousands of viewers. This is why Asmongold gets thousands upon thousands of viewers. Is because they're dudes. And dudes like watching dudes play video games. I remember me and my friend, let's call him James, would literally sit and take turns playing EverQuest and WoW back in the day because we only had access to one computer. Like I had high-speed internet, he didn't. So he'd come over to my house and we'd play EverQuest. He paid for EverQuest and the subscription, and I had internet. So we would take turns playing different characters, same characters, and it was the same when WoW first came out. Or when WoW came out, is that I'd go over his house and I'd watch him sit and play for hours, and then he'd get tired and he'd be like, "All right, you can go." And I'd log onto my account and play, and he'd sit and watch me play. This is literally like watching someone stream a fucking game and play it, right? It's the same kind of deal. And this is something that dudes have been doing forever. And it's not something that females have really been into at all. As a demographic. It's actually something that they were vehemently against through the vast majority of my life. And it wasn't until gaming became mainstream and cool and nerds became cool and all that shit that the vast majority of females that I see are in it wanted to get in it. Now, that doesn't mean that they weren't always there, because they were. I absolutely had girls join my D&D nights when I was in high school, but it was few and far between. And they were made fucking fun of by the other girls because girls are fucking mean to each other specifically. All right, and these weren't girls who were the odd ones out trying to get a boyfriend or anything. No, they literally were playing D&D. But that was about it. Like I said, I hardly knew any girls that played video games. If you started talking about video games, most girls would roll their eyes and walk away. It was definitely like the anti-punani magnet. But I mean, when you're 6 foot and you've got a fucking jawline like a tank, it kind of they kind of don't care anymore. But yeah, so basically what's going on is that one of the few things that people don't realize is that streaming is one of the few truly meritocratic systems. You either are or you aren't. Period. End of story. And so if you're not likable, then you're not going to get views. If you're not likable, you're not going to get subs. You're not going to get any of this shit. And not only that, you have fewer women who are actually doing the gaming. A lot of women on Twitch are doing the ASMAR, the blowjob simulator. Very few girls actually do the gaming side exclusively. And those that do are awesome. Don't get me wrong. They're gamers. Absolutely. 100%. No doubt. No shade. Absolutely not. Doesn't matter that you're female. You're a gamer. You're a gamer. End of story. The problem is that these are virtue signaling fucking progressives that are, they know how to do the math. They know what the statistics mean. They don't care. They are pushing an agenda. This is what this is. By this point, there is no reason why anyone should be making this argument, because everybody knows it's fucking stupid. And because if you make this argument, it's obvious you can't do math. I'm pretty sure that Samuel Roberts here can do fucking math. My contention is that he's probably an individual who's pushing an agenda because of whatever reason. I don't know why he does it, but it probably has to do with ideological / religious reasons. And yes, being fucking woke and all that other stupid shit, progressive nonsense that they got going on today is a religion. It absolutely is. When you believe in shit like fucking patriarchy, you might as well believe in flat earth, bro. All I gotta say. If you believe in patriarchy theory, you might as well be a flat earther to me. Because that's how fucking dumb it is. Yep. Consider that an individual wage's linear function, including, in this case, viewership, education, activities streamed, and gender. If there isn't a pay gap when you account for every other correlative, then the coefficient should be 0. If it isn't, then your model is appropriate in all the ways that econometric theory, that's a big word, tells you it should. Then there's a pure gender pay gap. I just stress these points because it's a very, very common mistake that somehow informs political data across the spectrum. Yes, that's because you forget. This has been explained to them millions of times over 2 decades. They fucking know what it means. They know what it is, and they keep fucking saying it. Obama keeps bringing up the gender pay gap from, like, he said it when he was in office, and he brought it up not like a year ago or 2 years ago or whatever, in the last election and the election before that. And it's like, bro, you are a fucking Harvard scholar. You know what you're saying is bullshit. You know it. There's no way you don't. There's no way someone informed you. That someone didn't inform you, you're not doing math correctly, bro. So why are you lying? Why? Tell me. You can't be that ignorant. Like, literally, unless you are. Like, the only way I could see this being the case
Hey there, Alan, right?
Actually, it's Elaine.
Right. Would you like red or white wine?
Could I just get an empty glass?
Oh, sure.
Can you believe all these imbeciles in Texas? They just put another prisoner to death. Imbeciles in Texas? They just put...
So when they keep bringing up the gender pay gap, they're either lying, because most of these dudes are not stupid. They're not ignorant.
Put another prisoner to death.
For the record. Adil, is that how you say your name? How you doing, buddy? What happened? We're talking about this. Basically, the fact that for some reason, progressives keep lying about the gender pay gap. And I don't know why. It boggles the fucking mind that they keep doing it when they know that that has been refuted mathematically, economically, in every fucking way. And yet they still promote the lie that the gender pay gap is based because we don't like women. And now they're bringing it up for influencers when it's like, the reason men make more money is simply because there's more men. That's one. Two, men draw in more viewers, so they get paid more. It's the same thing with fucking like soccer or any other basketball in the United States of America. The women's league makes less money. Funnily enough, both the women's soccer teams and the women's basketball team make more money in the equivalent than their male counterparts. The male sports are literally subsidizing the female sports. Because if you actually paid the women with the exact same kind of contract obligations that the men have, they would make less money. And so women make less money because there are less of them, and they bring in less total viewers, even per person. So the vast majority of female game streamers aren't Shroud, right? The vast majority of dudes, like I'm not Shroud. I'm not pulling in fucking 80K viewers a day, fucking off in Tarkov. Right? That's not me. I can't do that. He can. That's why he gets paid the big bucks. That's how it works. That's how it always works. I currently work in a large data set of Portuguese workers and firms in the private sector observed over 20 years. There's some pure gender asymmetries in certain sectors, for example. In terms of job-to-job separations to telecommunications, it's there. What does it mean and how is it to interpret? That's a different issue, but it's here. Okay, fair enough. And that's the thing. Is so like if you can drill it down and control for all the statistical variables, and you find that there is a legitimate problem, I'm okay with that. Let me put you like my life philosophy. I found this meme the other day. This is how I try to live my life. Okay, are you ready? One second. Goofus blasts his opinions around like fact and makes open conversation difficult. Gallant helps lead discussion with his peers about possibilities, advantages, and disadvantages of different choices. This is who you want to be. This is who you don't want to be. The problem is that this is what's promoted by the algorithm on almost every fucking social media platform. This is not. That is why controversy pushes the algorithm. Be this guy. Be Gallant. Don't be a doofus. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's one of these deals where it's like, I don't care if I'm wrong. That's irrelevant. I want to know the correct information. So if I'm wrong about this specifically, tell me. It's like when Hidden Sage gave me that link to this article refuting this thing I was talking about. I'm 100% going to dig the fuck through it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Easy. Just like I was on the SCOTUS ruling about how that the Alien Enemies Act means that the Trump administration could deport criminal aliens without a court date, or without them going through a court procedure. And then once some stuff came out that contradicted what I thought, I dug into it. I read the actual act. Turns out I was wrong. Easy. The SCOTUS ruling the other day about the 9-0, saying that they had to bring him back. I went through that entire thing, and the Supreme Court did rule that the Supreme Court did not rule that Trump needs to bring Dude Bro back. What they did rule was that they threw out the deadline, and then they sent the order that was made by the lower court back to that lower court because they needed to define what effectuate meant when it meant bringing the dude back, because the court might be overstepping its bounds. So all the people screaming that, we'll talk about that in a little bit. So that's human nature. It's like storytelling. An innate element of storytelling is conflict. We want conflict as a species. Indeed. But you can have conflict and still be gallant, right? Because when you're open to discussion, you can have those fights without being a fucking retarded ass bag about it, right? That's the whole point. So, like, me and Hidden Sage disagree on something, but we can come to terms with the fact that we might disagree on finer points, but overall, this might be happening or this might be happening, and you got to leave room for the options that we can't see exactly what's going on, so we just don't know. It's just like with anything, like the Ukraine war, and people, Tim Pool says that the war is already over and that Ukraine already lost, right? And then, WIC TV comes out and is basically saying like, oh, you're stupid because US comm or EU comm says that Ukraine is not losing the war. And my contention to WIC would be like, yes, Tim Pool is probably wrong. However, EU comm is probably lying. Why are they lying? Well, it's easy. Do you want to win a war or do you want to lose a war? You want to win a war. So if you're going to want to win a war, then you're going to lie. So the chances, it might be true that Ukraine is not losing, according to EUCOM, but EUCOM could also be lying to boost morale and to propagandize people into believing that they're not, so they get more support. Why would you not do that? Because if Ukraine was losing, would EUCOM come out and say Ukraine is losing, we should pull out support? No, they would lie. We all know they would lie. Everybody knows it. Everybody would agree. Why would you not lie? If you want to win a war and you're not willing to lie, then you don't really want to win the war, do you? Because war is not a game. It's not. It's everything. It's everything. And if you're not willing to do anything for everything, then you're going to lose. Simple. So, yeah, to get back to this, it's one of these deals where the gap is mostly due to the fact that it's a male-dominated space. Males watch the vast majority of online gaming content, and males make up the vast majority of content that is made. And it's a lot easier for dudes to relate to another dude than it is for a dude to relate to a female on the level that dudes relate to. It's just easier, man. Especially when you find a dude that's a lot like you. That's really what it boils down to, is you find a streamer. It's not that you just like them, it's that they are either like one of your friends, or you have a lot in common, or any of that other stuff. I have a lot less in common with most women than I do with most other men. The reason is because I don't give a fuck about half the shit that women fucking think about all day. And they don't give a fuck about what I think about all day. right? I'm an autistic nerd who thinks about video games and nuclear power all fucking day long. Solar power, climate change, fucking all this bullshit just run through my head 24/7. And the vast majority of females don't give a fuck about any of that shit. Maybe climate change, right? Sure. But not in the way that I do. And pretty much every conversation I've ever had with another layman who is female on this subject it's all emotional arguments about saving the environment. And everything I say about any of the stuff that, talking about the science is basically just falls on deaf ears because they don't give a fuck about any of that. And that's not a condemnation of females. That's just the people that I've interacted with in my life. Oh yeah. So this is just more prog bullshit, and I hate it because it is trying to make the world changed based on a lie. That's what it's trying to do. And the funny thing is that how many times have you seen Twitch do where they support, all black streamers or all female streamers, where they literally are putting them front and center every fucking day? Oh, we're celebrating our black streamers. Here they go. Here's our female streamers. Here they go. They literally make space for females when they otherwise wouldn't be able to make the cut if it was all meritocratic. There are plenty of times where they have like shows or competitions or things like that where they literally leave a singular space open, or they leave a space open for females to come into the space, even though if it were based on meritocracy, they wouldn't have been able to make it. Even the economics literature is contentious sometimes, just because we have to be careful to identify causality, which is the good old problem in science. Exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. Also be careful about how we interpret measured gaps. Exactly. See, that's really the thing that it boils down to, is that regardless of what is actually true in the world, we need to take measured steps and talk about this and talk about this in a way that's not pushing an agenda. That's not, oh, there's a gender pay gap, so we hate women, right? Or women are just stupid and that's why they can't make as much. Both of these opinions are fucking retarded. They're both stupid. They're both driven by ideological stupidity, not actual, I want to see reality in the actual way that it is. That's what I want. I want to see reality the way it is. Not the way it's interpreted through the feminist lens, not the way it's interpreted through the fucking red pill lens. I don't give a fuck about any of that shit. I care about reality as it is. Now, we can also then talk about persuasion, right? Like I talked about with Doge earlier, that the Democrats were fucking retarded for not using, they literally did the anti-persuasion thing. They did the most anti-persuasion thing by not hopping on board. Because they're screaming about how they're stealing your fucking Social Security when they could have helped protect it. They're screaming about how they're going to take your benefits when they could have been right there helping to make sure that didn't happen. And you know what they didn't do? The right thing. It was anti-persuasion, and it was the wrong thing morally, in my opinion. Because if they truly thought that these motherfuckers were all Nazis and they were going to take all your shit, then that's exactly what they should have done. That would have been the right moral action, would be to agree with them and get in on it so that you could protect those people. But you didn't. Instead, you want to stand behind your fucking pulpit and scream about how much of a good person you are because I'm fighting for the little guy. I hate that shit. I hate it. Fucking hate it. This is a bit of a tangent. That's what we're here for, buddy. For someone living outside the U.S., it's always so weird, the emphasis on race, dude. I know, man. So fucking annoying. Celebrating black or white people is weird because there's no difference. That is absolutely not true. Just recently I saw an American in London being interviewed about cultural differences, and they said it's weird how black people here are just people. They're not just people. Everybody is just people. That's the thing. There are racial differences. This is true. But those racial differences are relatively minimal. In fact, most of the racial differences almost completely disappear when you account for things like sex or economics and things like that, right? This is why when you have a dude in Britain who is raised British, he talks with the poshest fucking accent you've ever heard. It's like, yeah, he's British. Duh. Like, color of his skin is irrelevant, right? Of course. Just like how many, I can't tell you how many black people I've met in America who are literally just American. Like, I don't, like, it doesn't matter. And the thing about it is like, there are differences, but again, they're minimal. And there's no, and the whole, 1350 fucking meme where black people make up 13% of the population yet commit 50% of the crime is such a statistical fucking asinine thing to say that it boggles the mind. Because basically what you're saying is that black people are so different that they are more violent and commit more crime. However, the difference between Philadelphia and New York City is astronomical in its crime rates, especially among black people. And so if you believed that black people are so different that that's why that stat exists, then you would have to think that there's a genetic difference between the black people in Philadelphia and the black people in New York City, so much so that it would account for the vast differences in actual crime rates, which is significantly different, which is why it's a fucking stupid ass stat. You misunderstand. My point is that we treat each other as if race difference. Oh yeah, you should absolutely treat each other as if race differences are irrelevant. 100%. Absolutely. That should be your default. Color blindness. Yeah. Agreed. Yeah. You're right. I did misunderstand you. Yeah. 100%. Yeah, that's and what the funny thing about it is like this is one of those weird things where Christianity, actually a Judeo-Christian like mind fuckery, comes into this play, because like it literally gave us the idea that all people are equal before God. Right? So it doesn't matter what your race is. It doesn't matter what your sex or your gender or any of that bullshit is. We're all equal, and therefore we're all equal under God. And so therefore, when we make laws, we should make it with that in mind. And so henceforth, justice should be blind. And so it doesn't matter if you're white or black, poor or rich, you need to be treated the same no matter what. We don't really do that, but it's whatever. That was also, I believe, the point made by the American interviewed in London when she said black people here are just people. You know what I mean? Yes, exactly. But that's fucked up, because black people here are just people too. It's the fact that there are so many grifters, race grifters on both sides of this fucking argument, all sides of this argument, that there are, like, you look at, what's his name? Al Sharpton. Like, he is the biggest fucking piece of shit race grifter in the entire fucking world, dude. And this guy is one of the reasons why race relations in the United States are so fucked up. Seriously. It is seriously fucked up. Because the vast majority of the problems with quote unquote black crime comes from socioeconomic status in gigantic fucking cities, right? Because if you look at the vast majority of white people who live under the same economic status, but they live in super fucking poor areas with no rich people near them out in the middle of nowhere, there's very little crime. There is still crime, absolutely, but there's not as much. Why? Well, they don't have as many people to steal from. That's one of the reasons. But if you took all the black people out of the ghetto that lived in the ghetto where all the crime was, and you put a bunch of white fucking rednecks, white trash in there, guess what? Same thing would happen. Yep. You would have very similar crime rates. Why? Because it has very little to do with race and has more to do with the fact that there is extreme income inequality right in front of you. So you see people driving around in $100,000 cars, like right next to the fucking ghetto where you live, where you can barely fucking afford to eat. That kind of shit breeds extreme animosity. And then you have on top of it an entire culture that is basically like, I'm going to get mine, right? And then so, like, white people have this too. That's why we call them white trash, bro. They live in trailer parks. Like they're the same kind of people. It's like I said, it's not about white or black. It's just this simple. If you're walking down the street and you see a man who is in a suit and tie carrying a briefcase, maybe he's like fucking around on his phone, maybe he's talking on his phone. You see that man, he's black. You don't care. You'll smile, wave, walk right by. But if there's a white dude who's dressed like he came out of a fucking, thug video, you're probably going to cross the fucking street, right? Let's just be real. And this also is a thing about where you are in the world, right? Hell, I think even Al Sharpton said that if he saw a black man late at night on the street walking from him, he'd fucking cross the road. Or no, that's not what it was. He said he saw a man behind him, and he thought it was a black man, and it made him scared. And when he found out it was a white man, he felt better. And it's like, it's not because of racism, it's because of where you are. Because if you lived where I live, where the crime rate here is not that bad, and the vast majority of crime is not actually committed by black people, it's just committed by people, then the fact that they're black or white is irrelevant. It's how they dress. It's how they act. Are they being skeevy? Are they dressed all fucked up? Do they actually look like they give a fuck about themselves? You know what I'm saying? If you're walking down the street and you're wearing like a $3,000 suit, nobody's going to think you're a fucking thug, dude. That's just not how that works. And it bothers the fuck out of me that we can't just have this honest conversation that people are people. Black people are people. White people are people. We're all just fucking people. Institutional legacy of slavery. Oh my God, dude. Yeah, which is hidden in bureaucracy. Okay. For example, how new factory construction and production projects in many states tend to target places where the population is either predominantly black or uneducated or both. John Oliver had an informative piece on this. It's ever present there, but hidden, and it deepens perceived differences. You are partially correct and partially incorrect. That's not the institutional legacy of slavery. That's mostly horseshit. It's the institutional legacy of shit like Jim Crow and redlining and stuff like that. That is racism, not slavery. There's a difference. So we'll say that. Also, you shouldn't trust John Oliver. He's a lying piece of shit. I'm going to state that for the record. And so anything that comes out of his mouth, I would not believe off. I would research if I were you. So you are correct on a institutional level, on a higher plane, that there are legacies of past injustices that still exist within our bureaucratic system, like redlining, right? So that means that that more black people exist, or that because of things like redlining, more people exist in an area that is more impoverished because of said things like that, right? And we're slowly building that out, right? Like my entire neighborhood I live in a place that's essentially, what is it called? Suburbs, right? It's, single family housing. And, I would say over the past like 20 years since I moved here, there's been more black people that's moved here from elsewhere in the country and elsewhere in the city. And there's been no problems. Why? Because they're fucking people, dude. They're not fucking gangsters. They're not fucking thugs. They're people. They want to live quietly in their house and fucking fuck off and not fucking be bothered. I feel that. But who gives a fuck? Like literally my neighbor down the street's been there for like 20 years. Nobody gives a fuck. I mean, I do think he sells drugs, but we don't need to get into that. Or at least he used to. And that's not because he's black. That's just because there are a lot of people in my neighborhood who used to sell drugs, and the vast majority of them were not black. So I just want to state that also for the record. But it's one of these things, it's like when you immediately bring up the institutional legacy of slavery, you are doing something that is, how should I put this? You are doing something that is not addressing the actual problem we have today. That's the issue, is that you're bringing it back to slavery, which no longer really affects us. You're bringing it back to the Jim Crow era, which for the most part doesn't really affect us anymore. It still affects some people 100%, and I won't say it doesn't. There is that place does exist. That stuff does exist. But to claim that that's the source of all of our problems, or a major source of all of our problems, is being disingenuous to the actual problem, which is the fact that we have these large ghettos of people who have no place to go in life. They have a culture that is all about getting money and fucking bitches and shit like that. And on top of that, you have that extreme income inequality right next to it, which breeds resentment. He also provides sources. He does, but he also provided, this is the thing, is that how many times has he been caught in lies while providing sources? Many. And his recent one about the transgender issue is like the most blaringly obvious one of all. That he's just spinning his wheels being a fucking retard rather than actually listening to the person that he was supposedly interviewing. He typically talks about stuff that happened that is demonstrably true. Yes, all of that stuff happened, but it's like saying that American police are based on, the slaves, what are they called? The people who would get runaway slaves, saying that our police departments were based on that. And it's like, no. Is it because if that were the case, then we wouldn't have metropolitan police departments. We would have sheriffs everywhere with posses going around hunting down people because that's how they did that. Like fucking retarded. I understand the word slavery is a wee bit of a taboo there. No, it's not. It's fine. Slavery's fine. The problem is that when you try to say that today's problems are because of slavery, is just not true. That's precisely, a lot of it is racism. That's the issue. It's not slavery, it's racism, right? It means that it's a historical factor that left breadcrumbs or residue. Because, like, think about it like this. Were the Scots and the Irish not genocided and enslaved by the British Empire? Were Europeans not genocided and enslaved by African slavers? Were the Jews not enslaved? Now, they weren't enslaved for that long. I'm talking about World War II. So that was probably not the best one. But it is one of these things where it's like, if you keep blaming shit on the past, you're never going to be able to move forward. That's like half my problem with it. We can recognize that there are holdovers, especially from like the Jim Crow era and racism, 100%. Like that's where I say most of it comes from. Because think about it like this. If there were no racism toward black people, would slavery still have the legacy that you're talking about? I don't think so. I don't. I really don't. No, what I'm saying is that you don't see the fucking Irish and the Scottish having the same fucking problems. Like, I know you had the, like, Irish terrorist shit, but that's a whole nother ballgame when you're still being fucking oppressed, right? Like, and to be fair, I don't know much about that region of the world. My ancestors are Irish and Scottish. So, yeah, that's basically all I know about it. And a little bit of history from, like, the Norman conquest and stuff like that. So, I'm not claiming to be an expert, just on my general understanding. That is what was going on with them. And yet, Ireland and Scotland have none of these fucking problems, do they? And why? Well, it's because are the British still fucking... Yeah, exactly. I mean, I figured as much. Especially considering, isn't Lisbon a city in Scotland? Especially considering that are most British people racist to you the way that whites were racist to black people? And made laws specifically saying that you couldn't do this or you can't do that? And is that still a legacy there? Or did they get rid of that? Oh, it's in Portugal. Oh, I didn't know that. I knew it was a city in Europe. I just didn't know which exact city it was. So thank you for informing me and correcting my ignorance. Appreciate that. So, and I mean, here's the thing. Like, it's one of these things. It's like, I know I'm not comparing things that are actually equivalent, and I'm not saying that they're the same. They're not. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find other historical times when similar things were done to people and how they were able to basically get the fuck over it, right? And not allow it to turn them into fucking demons, right? Because that's the problem with a lot of that's like the story of Job, right? If you give up on life, you turn into a hateful, spiteful individual. But if you don't give up on life, then you can, when you're going through hard times, then you can actually crawl your ass out of it and eventually be better in the long run and stronger for it, right? That's the entire point of the story of Job in the Bible. And that's, I think, half the problem. That's part of the problem with race relations in the United States of America is there are people whose entire income and livelihood depends on not letting it the fuck go. And I mean, because like the thing about it is like if America were truly racist, would we pay premium money to go see Samuel L. Jackson or Morgan Freeman? You know, literally two of my favorite. Wesley Snipes, another one. Fucking Blade. Oh my God, dude. No one, like, he is fucking Blade. Oh my God. And then you got Eddie Murphy, right? And yeah, they're all entertainers, but that doesn't matter. These people are people. They're funny. They're entertaining. They're awesome. And I don't want, and I want them, and I want them in my country. I want them in our lives. And I want people like them to be able to do whatever the fuck they want, right? When I was in the Navy, man, it was an absolute, like, ironclad rule that your race in the Navy is blue and gold. That's your race. That's it. That's the only thing that matters. And that was the ideal that we held ourselves to. And for the vast majority of my time in the military, that's exactly the way it went. In the Army, your race is green, right? In the Marines, I don't know what they say, but it's one of these things where it's like, we try as hard as we can to transcend this shit, but there are always going to be people who try to bring us down. And it really is one of those things. There's no good metric to assess the presence of racism, mate. That's not a good metric to assess. What is not a good metric? Legacies, which is ways initial point, triggering histories. I don't mean to presume that it should inform today's. Oh, okay, I got you. Understood. Because see, that's the problem, is that when a lot of people say that, that's what they mean. So I apologize for putting that on you. My bad. Still see Samuel L. Jackson. Assess the presence of racism. Oh, no. The point of that is that capitalism is democracy. I choose where my money goes. So if fucking tons of white people will literally pay black people money just to be near them, around them, and see them, I don't understand how you can claim that that's necessarily racist, right? Could there still be people who are racist who pay this? Sure. But the vast majority of racists would never buy Lil Wayne's album, right? And yet his biggest fucking, demographic is fucking white people, right? That's kind of what I'm getting at. Yeah, and it's just, and like, I mean, it is a fair point, but again, still, like I said, because of how it works, like, we're not paying to see them, like, make fun of themselves or do racist, stupid shit. Like, we literally paid money to see Morgan Freeman as president of the United States. I think this was before Barack Obama was even president, right? So it's like, are there still racists? Of course, there's always going to be racists. But that doesn't make our culture racist. That's kind of what I'm trying to point at, is that we have all these little points. Most of them are anecdotal, sure, but how many points on a graph do you need before you can make a line? Right? How deep do you need to dig? Because that's the thing, is like, and the vast majority of white people that I know are not racist. I know a few racist white people. They're in my fucking family, to be quite honest. Which is not cool, but whatever. And so in my lived experience, most of the racism that I see is either online, is mostly online or on TV or in entertainment, not in real life. Now, obviously it exists, sure, 100%. And I'm not claiming that it doesn't. And I've had to say this over and over and over again, just simply because I'm trying to think through this. It's like, what do we do? Right? If it's always there and we can't get rid of it, because that's essentially what people who make the argument of the legacy of slavery are trying to get at, right? They're not trying to say, oh, we had this, but we should say we should try to hold ourselves to a higher standard and get over it. No, they want grievances. They want things, right? And this is half the problem with all of this, is that it's just stirring up animosity, and that's the last thing we need. I mean, honestly, I think one of the best ways that we could probably fix a lot of the problems with the socioeconomic problems in the ghettos in the major cities in the United States is offer people a different option. If you're in the we need to like build like small communities out in the middle of fucking nowhere, right? Or far enough away from a city where you're not right next to gigantic income inequality, and then offer these people, they're already living in government housing and probably on government welfare. We'll just say, hey, look, if you wanna, we'll give you a little bit more benefits if you just, pick your shit up and move over here to this new government housing that is better and is further away from all this bullshit in the city, and maybe see how the fuck it works, right? I don't know. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. But the problem is that you have populations of black people in America that are absolutely not criminal at all. They're some of the most upstanding citizens that you'll ever have, and I'm proud to have them in my country as Americans. I'm proud that they're Americans. Some of my favorite Americans are fucking foreigners, dude. Seriously. Like my two Nigerian teachers, one math teacher in high school and one math teacher in college. The idea we have in Europe, fair or otherwise, is the U.S. sadly it has a lot of racists. Yeah, we do. But it's like not a great percentage of the population. That's sad, and I'm sorry to say that, but it's truly what a representative chunk of the rest of the world, in Europe at least, think. Well, let me ask you a question. If you think it, and it's not right, what does that tell you? I'm currently reading Lincoln's biography, and it's remarkable how there are so many parallels in tone to the political debate today between the 1860s. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is that history doesn't repeat itself. It rhymes. And it rhymes because people are people. So, and here's the thing. I'm fully willing to admit that I'm potentially wrong on a lot of the stuff that I'm saying. That my lived experience may not show an accurate view of reality. And that's just the case, that it is. But all I can do is come from where I come from and take in the information that I have, both factual and anecdotal, right? So, yeah, what else are we to do? And you, just because you perceive America to be that way doesn't make it so, right? Because think about it like this. If all you did, like let's imagine that the entire world watched Hassan Piker as their news from the United States of America. What would they think of the United States of America? They would think we were the most racist, fucking Nazi shithole on the planet. So the media that you consume informs you about what's going on. And what does a lot of the liberal media talk about? Not liberal media, excuse me. The mainstream blue team media talk about all the time. Fucking racism. They fucking can't get enough of it, dude. They just can't get enough of it. No, Hassan Piker. Isn't that wee prick with glasses? I'll show you. This guy. This guy used to be a like a gym bro kind of college bro dude till he, went full fucking mask off commie. Excuse me. Oh. All right, I'm gonna go grab some coffee, and then I think we're probably gonna dive into some Path of Exile 2, maybe. Is there anything else? Oh, no. I want to watch this right here. Cash Jordan, 20,000 migrants just entered America as Canada opens border. All right, I'll be right back. Stand by. We shall return right after these few messages from our break screen. Stay tuned for more right here at the Tango Hotel.
Fear not, citizens, for we shall return.
I would say the first mistake is trying to learn the intricacies of domestic policy and economics from some random guy that wears silly pants. Yeah, but my point is that your opinion of a place that you don't live and have no experience with is going to be skewed by the media that you consume. So if you only consumed American media that was made by Hassan Piker, you would think that our entire country is full of fuck. Is like we have you would think we'd had 200 million Nazis in the United States of America, right? So if your entire news consumption is CNN and MSNBC, as far as like American media goes, then you would think we are the most racist place on the fucking planet. And yet, if you look at the actual polling, we're absolutely not. Oh, sorry, break screen. They didn't let me heal properly, or both the United States Navy and I did not let it heal properly, I guess is the best way to put that, because, I mean, I'm not, completely not at fault there. But, yeah. And then that led me to have surgery twice to put a plate on my collarbone, which sucked. It was fun for, the 9 months that I had the damn thing. The plate, where I could set off metal detectors. I had to go through metal detectors all the time in the military. I worked on a nuclear submarine. They trust no one. They trust no one. So that's just how that works. And so every time I'd go through the metal detector, it'd set the damn thing off, which was awesome.
Oh, dude, 30 damage! Half his HP!
This is the shot we've been waiting for.
God!
Take that thing down before it has a chance to run.
Oh my God, he's dead.
We must.
There's no way.
There's no. Oh my God!
He's dead. He's just dead. He's just dead.
Done, bitch.
Good work, people. It's over.
God damn.
Does anybody know if the control enemy breaks stealth or not? No! Whoops. Whoops.
Locked on. We've been spotted.
Whoops.
Oh my goodness, dude. It never fails. All right. He's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me right here. All right, I'm out. Oh, I might be dead from the fire. Oh, no, we're not. No, I'm 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 not. Nope. 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 That's a big old nope. All right, boys, we're back. We're back. So you don't watch Fox and MSNBC? Cool. Stick around for stupid commentary. Went straight to yeah, fair enough. Vi's doing typically, though I admit I'd be a lot of work. Yes, and I would love to stay more, but I have to get back to work. All right, man, take it easy, buddy, and thanks for stopping by, man. Appreciate all your commentary, dude. Absolutely, 100%. Welcome here anytime, boys. And cheers to you, my friend. There we go. All right. Oh, so he does bring up a good point, and that is fair. But it's also one of those things. It's like if your journalists are trying to tell you about American culture, and if they have their own bias, you may be picking up that own bias, right? Because it's, how should I put this? It's one of these things where it is a cultural phenomenon in the United States of America that white people tend to genuflect to not be racist. Like, because it is a horrible thing to be called a racist in the United States, which is why Blue Team was able to use it so effectively for so many decades to beat the fuck out of the right with, to beat the fuck out of Red Team with. So anytime you disagree with the left on anything or Blue Team on anything, they'll just call you a racist, they'll call you a sexist, they'll call you a misogynist, they'll call you a Nazi, and that's supposed to be an argument, apparently. All right. Now, I've been looking for it. I only watched like a couple minutes of this video. I wanted to watch it on stream. And I normally don't like do the react meta shit, but I guess we're going to be starting. So here we go. And hopefully Mr. Jordan doesn't mind overly much. If he contacts me and asks me to take it down, I'll delete it. Blast. Here we go.
A self-proclaimed smuggler says the world's longest border, which separates the U.S. from Canada, offers more than 5,500 miles of opportunity.
So as the U.S. southern border continues to...
Wait, hang on, what did it say? What did it say?
5,500 miles of opportunity.
5,500 miles of opportunity. Yeah, and there's no wall.
U.S. southern border continues to
no
see
wall.
mass troop deployments from both the U.S. and Mexico. Those wishing to illegally enter our country need a new way in. And it appears gangs and smugglers are finding paths through the frozen rivers, fields, and mountains along the largest land border in the world, which not only has...
So, let's get this straight. The same criminals who peddled migrants across a desert are now doing it across a frozen tundra. Who didn't see this coming? Because of course.
Zero border wall, but is also now being exploited by criminals advertising on TikTok.
Because of course they would exploit it. Why would they not? If the border down south is getting locked down, just move house. No big deal. No big deal. What is it? Always be cheating?
All places.
The request for a smuggler starts on the black market, but it's also easy to find one using social media platforms. There were nearly...
Dude. I tell you, man, it's got to be a great time in history to be a fucking detective.
Market, but it's also
it has to be. It's gotta be, dude. It's got to be. Can you imagine being a cop and this is the type of shit that you're fighting and investigating, and they just publish their shit on TikTok? Like, you could literally just have a dude scrolling through social media all day looking for stupid shit like this so that he could tell his other buddies so they could go pick these assholes up. You're literally advertising about breaking the law. That is against the law. Duh.
To find one using social media platforms.
There were nearly 24,000 illegal crossings along the U.S.-Canada.
I really, really hope this is not a picture of people illegally entering the border, because that's kind of fucked up, I'm not going to lie. She's pregnant.
Border between October 2023 and September 2024. The bulk of them along this small stretch between Ontario, Quebec, and 3 U.S. states.
Over the Mexican border, we've been...
It's probably the easiest and safest if you look at this map. Let's actually okay. Not a very good map. I'm literally just looking for something that can frickin'... Okay, it doesn't matter. It's a gigantic fucking border. Let me do this. Images. Is there a nice fat map? The reason I want to bring it up is because there is a lot of fucked up terrain on the US-Canada border, and the vast majority of it is nearly impassable in some areas, simply due to the fact that it's like frozen tundra or any other number of...
Ontario, Quebec, and 3 U.S. states.
Over the Mexican border, we've encountered about 500 people on the terror watch list. On the northern border, Canada and the United States, it's 1,000. So we have a huge problem here.
1,000. On the terror watch list. Now, that doesn't actually mean you're a terrorist, so fair enough, because, you know, the government does make mistakes and puts people on there they probably shouldn't. But still, that's like, holy shit.
Member of Sinaloa claims the price for each person is $3,000. He keeps $1,000, the cartel gets $500, and the rest covers the trip.
Enforcement Directorate says that it has uncovered a massive criminal network that spans across continents. It consists, they say, of thousands of agents, and their modus operandi has been to get Indians across to Canada on student visas. Now, these students would never attend
student visas
and the colleges they were supposed to, and would then illegally cross over into the US.
So apparently the claim is that they would apply for student visas, never actually go to college, and just cross the border into the United States. Oh boy. Like, I'm not like you wonder, like, it's like, we know that one of the reasons that the cartels are so empowered is because of the fact that the United States loves drugs, and most drugs are illegal. And this is just one more reason as to why they are empowered, is because we have laws that we do not enforce properly, and they take advantage of that. So, this is the thing that really bothers me, is like, these cartels are not good people. They're not helping people. They're extorting people. Remember that. Remember that. Because this is all illegal. And if they get caught, you know they're just going to get abandoned. Like, there's no recompense. There's no, you know, government you can appeal to. Right? This, oh my God, it's so fucked up.
In response, the Canadian government has increased border security, committing more than $1 billion to deploy helicopters, drones, and Royal Canadian Mounted Police on the ground.
Now, that's awesome. Go Canada. Fuck yeah, dude. I've said it before. I love me my Canadian brothers. They might as well be Americans as far as I'm concerned. They're just different. No big deal. Same with a lot of like Europeans. You know what I'm saying? I was in the Navy. That's what this fucking hat signifies. And a lot of the military history that involves, you know, the Western countries, the Commonwealth, and Europe, has engendered a lot of good feelings and goodwill from me toward all of these other countries. Because, I mean, it just does. You know, Canada was there on D-Day with us, right? The French were fighting the Germans and helped us annihilate them as we helped to liberate them, right? These are not tiny things. These are not little things to me, right? I served with British sailors, right? So when I see Canada fucking sending the mounting police and fucking sending their military and shit, I'm like, right on, bros. Right on. Love it. 100%. Go Canada. Canada. Fuck yeah.
So this is real. Criminals are using TikTok to show people how easily they can cross the US-Canada border. And what?
Like, I still can't believe it, dude. Advertising on TikTok. Like, don't get me wrong. I know why they do it, because it gets it gets the hits and stuff. But it's like, man, you're like leaving yourself so wide the fuck open for the cops and the military to just annihilate the fuck out of you, man. Like, imagine they actually figure out where you're at with your IP address, and they can literally just drone bomb you.
What nobody's talking about is that as the US southern border continues to lock down.
Not necessarily they would. I want to state this for the record because, you know, obviously there's collateral damage, there's civilians. I'm simply stating that it is a possibility that you being dumb and advertising you doing illegal shit on the internet could lead to you being bombed because they know where you are because you have a fucking phone. I'm just pointing that out.
All of the criminals down there are just gonna switch borders and come up north instead. And as they do this, they're luring people into their criminal networks with videos like these that successfully show them bringing people into America, walking across sometimes frozen rivers, streams, fields, and mountainous terrain, conditions which are the polar opposite of those at the US-Mexico border, which is now on lockdown due to mass deployments of active duty US troops. But although the Canadian border remains open by comparison, crossing it is not only difficult, but also very expensive. Because to get to Canada, you've got to pay money to fly there, and then to illegally enter America, you've got to give more money to the same gangs and criminals who are already working the US-Mexico border. That's
how crazy is that? That's insane, ain't it? Crazy. They gotta pay even more. Even more. I bet you they even charge a premium to come through the Canadian border.
That's right. The same criminals down south are also up north. And over the past 4 years, they've been finding secret entry points along the 5,500 miles connecting the US and Canada. Entry points America and its newly motivated border partner are desperately trying to track down and close. Which brings us to the real reason that hasn't happened yet and why northern border crossings are still going on. There's just too much space between the US and Canada to lock down completely. Plus, critics say,
I mean, he's got a really good point. The border is gigantic, and it's very porous because, I mean, Canada, like everybody jokes, oh, Canada's America's hat. You know, they're Americans light and all this other stuff. But I mean, there's a grain of truth to that. Like Canada and the United States have a very storied history and very close relations. I mean, we literally invaded Canada in the War of 1812 and got the shit kicked out of us. I mean, to be fair, they were still technically part of the British Empire at the time, so it wasn't Canada as it is today. It was the British Empire. But it's still fucking funny. And I mean, of course we're going to be close. Like we're the world hegemon, and nobody invades Canada. Nobody. Period. Ever. Except us. Easy. And why? Well, would we really let a foreign power that wants to conquer the United States get a foothold in Canada? You bet your ass we wouldn't. Not happening. Like, Canada's probably one of the safest fucking countries in the world simply because it's right next to the United States of America. As funny as that is. And they're a liberal democracy that has rule of law and all that other stuff. And a culture of, you know, I wouldn't say necessarily politeness, but something along those lines. So they're much safer than the United States in general, and it's a from what I understand, and a lot of people that's been there, it's a very nice place to live. I've only been there like once or twice when I was in the military. I went to a city that was near all 3 all-female colleges, And they all like to go to this little city on the weekends to drink at the bars. And so it's like 10-to-1 females to males, and you can imagine. So we're just going to move on.
Canada's efforts reveal they aren't as serious about stopping illegal immigration as America is, and are only now spending money on their border because of the looming threat of tariffs, a threat proponents say is necessary to stop the flow of unknown criminals and dangerous individuals who are literally just walking across an empty, unguarded border like this.
Hard to say how many.
I'm not gonna lie, it doesn't really bother me all that much, the fact that they didn't get their asses together until we threatened tariffs on them. It's like, yeah, I mean, sure, it's there's probably some truth in that, but I mean, come on, dude. Even your best friend needs motivation sometimes to get up off his ass and help you do some shit, right? I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. Oh, I needed my freaking appetite suppressant. Oh. And I left it somewhere across the office, so my bad. Alright, now. Alright, let's back it up a little bit.
It's necessary to stop the flow of unknown criminals and dangerous individuals who are literally just walking across an empty, unguarded border like this.
Hard to say.
So yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, it doesn't really bother me, like I said, because sometimes, you know, even your best friend needs a little bit of motivation, you know, kicking his ass to get up off the couch and help you out do something. So it's just like, sure, whatever. I'm still, you know, Canada, fuck yeah. And yes, I said Canada, fuck you.
Say how many people actually have come across, and they've caught 13,000 in the last 6 months. That's what the Border Patrol have apprehended. You have no control over it. You don't know who these people are.
The goal for criminals is for that to start happening more and more often. Because with crossings down 95% at the southern border from a year ago, the northern border is the only option left. And even though the millions who've illegally crossed the US-Mexico border greatly outnumber the 23,000 encounters we've had along the northern border, as you're about to see, the people coming
damn Alexa device
in from Canada's side are much more dangerous.
In the last 4 years, over
the
let's
encounters we've had along the northern border, as you're about to see, the people coming in from Canada's side are much more dangerous.
In the last 4 years, over the Mexican border, we've encountered about 500 people on the terror watch list. On the northern border, Canada and the United States, it's 1,000. So
that's crazy. So last year, the southern border had 10 times the number of encounters as the northern border overall.
Crazy.
But the people coming across the northern border were 2 times as likely to be on some sort of government watch list. And of course, this is a huge problem, but it makes sense when you realize just how unguarded and neglected the largest land border in the world is. You've got 5,500 miles of terrain with no wall, and although the conditions can be incredibly dangerous during the wintertime,
Really?
and that means nothing to the most dangerous people in the world who only have one mission in mind. But if these people...
That would be money, by the way, in case you're wondering. That's money. 1 second here. Okay. Or for some reason, my forehead looked a lot brighter than it's supposed to be. I did a lot of stuff to try to fix my camera. And, yeah, so, anyway. Go.
Are this dangerous? How is it that they're able to get on a plane and fly into Canada to begin with?
Canada.
That's actually a really good question. Does Canada, do they not like share the no-fly list shit with the United States of America? I kind of figured they would.
Canada's immigration system is so lax, they're not looking into them.
Oh.
And when the Canadian government's own audit, Canadian government says, of the people
screen.
our security services flagged,
That's why my
Canada
face
let
is so
in
bright.
50% of them. So it's security
Sorry, I was
services.
talking over him. My face is so white because of the screen. So let's back it up.
Government's own audit. Canadian government says, of the people our security services flagged, Canada let in 50% of them. So it's not a good deal up there, man.
That right there sets up two very frightening aspects to this story.
Really? Canada? Seriously, man? Like, I was just singing your praises, man. Just singing your praises. Well, you know, they're still cool. We'll just roll with that. No big deal.
But in order to understand what those are, you've got to realize most Americans, myself included, wrongfully have had this idea that Canada's just like our country, only colder, which is completely false. And they've got an immigration and security system totally different than ours. And for years, they've let people into their country from places the US is watching closely, and those people who are incredibly unpredictable and dangerous, they're also the folks advertising on TikTok to attract new clients. For gang-related smuggling activities, most people in America have no idea even exist.
A self-proclaimed smuggler says the world's longest border, which separates the U.S. from Canada, offers more than 5,500 miles of opportunity. The cartel...
Well, yeah, criminals would say that, obviously. Yeah, for some reason it's still bright as hell. I don't know why. Anyway, like this
has been one of Mexico's largest crime groups since the 1980s. Javi, a member of Sinaloa, claims the price for each person is $3,000.
So these are the guys out there using apps like TikTok to make these videos that show off how they sneak people into America through the Canadian border. And they claim to be working for one of the largest cartels in Mexico,
Are they just
Sinaloa,
not doing
and
anything
apparently
about it?
they've got videos like this where they show off how easy it is to do what they do because of Canada's lax immigration laws. But
Oh, it's like that, is it? I see. Well, all right.
Here's the thing, these videos invariably attract a higher end of client than they'd find down south. Because people who've got internet access and the ability to afford a plane ticket, they're gonna have more money to pay smugglers and gangs than those who don't. But now the
Yes, so that basically means that the argument that, oh, they're they're migrants fleeing all kinds of fucked up situations. It's like, motherfucker, if you got that kind of money, why are you coming here? There's plenty other places that you can go where you don't have to sneak the fuck in. Because of course the cartels are gonna move up to the northern border. I just didn't know that their immigration shit was so lax. Wow.
question is how.
That's, considering that what he's saying is actually true and he's not wrong. I wouldn't say he's lying, obviously. I don't think he is, but he could just have wrong information.
Maybe. We get to a place where the same cartels that were running the southern border are now also running the northern border as well.
One of the reasons is when Trudeau came in, he suspended visas for Mexicans. You can come in without a visa to Canada. You can't come into the United States without a visa from Mexico. So what did the cartels do? They flew in, they set up shop. Hey,
that can't be right. They made it to where people from Mexico could just come into Canada without a visa at all. Just come on in, everybody. Man, that's kind of crazy, dude.
It's much easier.
That's crazy. Canada essentially opened its doors to Mexico, where there are known criminals who might try to exploit their border, and they did it without any requirements whatsoever. Now, this has changed. About a year ago, Canada started requiring visas for people from Mexico. But experts say it may already be too late, as there's already a critical mass of criminals in their country. Here, we have a photo of a guy.
And you know what the funny thing about this is? Is that now that the southern border's locked down, guess what that means? That means the northern border is now the border, right? And so that means all the people who weren't feeling the immigration stuff, they're all getting the immigrants now, right? So Texas and Arizona and California and southern states have been dealing with the immigration problem for decades. And the vast majority of it, New England and the northern states, were not experiencing hardly any of the like negative drawbacks, right? Necessarily. Some of them were, obviously. But like you saw what happened in New York with the migrant crisis and all that other stuff up there, and how they started being stretched thin. Like, what the fuck do you think is going to happen when they all move up north and they're all coming across there? Do you think they're going to make their way down south, or they're just going to stay up there and get all your fucking free benefits? You know, considering they allow literal criminals to run the migrant centers because they don't allow fucking police in there. And they allow people to essentially like sell themselves into slavery to get there. They allow these cartels to predate upon these motherfuckers. Like, this is fucking disaster.
Advertising, smuggling services. Look at this. He says, Montreal to New York, same-day entry, 100% safe. Here's another one bragging about people just getting in and talking about how people...
Like, I'm not gonna lie, man. This, like... If there's not gonna be much punishment, and you're not gonna... And it's really hard to get caught, why would you not do this? Yeah, why would you not? Especially if you don't love America, right? If you don't actually love your country and you're just like, whatever, who cares? Yeah, I could totally see this. I could totally see it. Because I'm going to tell you right now, if I hated the United States or I didn't like this place, I probably would do it. I'm not above doing illegal things. It's immoral things that I have a problem with.
People don't even have to pay until it's successful. In this picture, you have 8 people at $5,000 each. That's $40,000. But that's...
So... 2 Sikhs. Maybe from Mexico. Are these also from the Middle East? I have no idea. It's hard to tell, really. Especially because it's kind of whatever. You could tell they are because they're wearing their religious garb.
People at $5,000 each. That's 40.
And here, you know what the really fucked up thing about it is that a lot of the people from south of the border, from Mexico, Guatemala, all these places down south, the vast majority of the normal people, not the criminals, the normal people who are just trying to get up here, do you know what's really funny about it? Is they're naturally conservative. They are. They're all fucking Catholic, for God's sakes, right? The vast majority of them are Catholics. So they're all like hyper ultra religious, the vast majority of them. Especially the ones that I've met, like they're all religious. And so the like... And I mean, they have, many of them have slightly regressive views on homosexuals. The vast majority of them that I've met are okay with tolerating them, but that's about as far as that goes. Many of them are not. So it's really funny to see the like flip-flop from the people who've immigrated here who happen to be Latino or happen to be from Central or South America, flipping to Red Team, because they know exactly what they ran away from, right? This is why Cubans are basically like Republicans for life, is because if you even float anywhere near communism, they're not going to vote for you. Not going to happen. Me amo Cubanos, man. Me amo Cubanos.
$1,000. But that's just the money that goes to the smugglers for bringing people from point A to point B.
CBS News says a request for a smuggler starts on the black market, but it's also easy to find one using social media platforms. Javi said no matter what the U.S. or Canada does, it won't stop cartels like Sinaloa from their operations.
So criminals say this is working, but the fact that it's working opens up another angle to this that most people don't even know about. And it has to do with who's coming in and why they're coming in. And as you're about to see, these folks are spending a lot more than just $5,000 to accomplish this. It says right here, Indian nationals made up almost a quarter of those apprehended crossing into the United States illegally, and that they are the largest.
Like, I'm not going to lie to you, man. I really don't have a problem with Indians. The vast majority of them. I know that, you know, their country is not the cleanest fucking place on the planet, but it is coming up in the world, right? There are a lot of places that have indoor plumbing, that they look relatively first world. A lot of the fucked up shit you see on the internet is just places that haven't really adopted that yet, and the culture hasn't adapted to be that way. Almost every Indian I've ever met was pretty cool. They were chill as fuck. I like when I lived in Spring Hill in Tennessee, they threw up these houses near my apartment complex, and I swear to God, like half the people moving in were fucking Indians, and all of them are cool as shit, man. Like I said, I got nothing against them. They were all really cool and, you know, just normal fucking dudes trying to be Americans, you know, and you got to love that. And, you know, our kids would play together, you know, they do their thing. I do mine. No shade. Right. Like that's what I love about America is that literally a motherfucker like that can come from India and just be like, yep, I'm an American now. And it's like American flags and yeah, living the American dream. What can I say? Like, and they were working at the battery plant that they built down in Spring Hill. There's a Nissan plant down there, and they're building an EV battery plant and a solar power plant and a solar battery plant down there. And I'm pretty sure that's where those guys came from, or why they moved down there was for that. So you're talking like, you know, these guys actually make good money. Like these are not just, you know, the poor criminals, or they're not criminals / just poor people coming over here. These are actually like people with skills doing things like 100%, man.
This group coming across this way. And look at this. Apparently they enter Canada on student visas, and 50,000 people did this last year, but apparently never showed up to school, which means they're probably doing something worse than skipping class.
A massive criminal network that...
See, that's kind of fucked up, man. If you apply for a student visa to go into Canada and then you never show up to school, that should be a gigantic red flag that something fucked up is going on. Especially if they have you coming into the country. Bureaucracy, boys. Bureaucracy.
Spans across continents. It consists, they say, of thousands of agents, some 262 Canadian colleges, and it all links back to 2 Indian entities. And their modus operandi has been to get Indians across to Canada on student visas. Now, these students would never attend the colleges they were supposed to and would then illegally cross over into the U.S. Now,
That's crazy. You've got tens of thousands of people entering a country for a purpose that is not legitimate. And the colleges are behind this because it's impossible for people at these schools.
Okay, come on. That's a bit much, right? I'm assuming he's going to qualify that statement, that they're behind it. I mean, they're obviously complicit in some small way because they obviously know these people aren't showing the fuck up. And I mean, are they reporting them to the authorities? And are the authorities dropping the ball, or are they just not reporting them and they're just letting it slide?
To have records of all these visas that they issued to people who never appeared on campus. Here we have one smuggler who admitted to bringing over 500 people into the United States this way. And apparently people would pay these smugglers $100,000 to get them from India into the United States, where they would then work off their debts at low-wage jobs.
This is what I'm talking about. This is the modern form of slavery in the United States of America. You rack up debt to be smuggled in by fucking criminal drug cartels, and then now you have to work low-wage jobs under the table, multiple of them most likely, just to be able to pay off that debt. And let me ask you a question. Do you think when they're done paying off that debt, do you think the cartels are just going to let them go? Do you think that's what's going to happen? They're just going to let them disappear into the United States with no other thing to happen? Yeah. Especially considering what they know about them. The fact that they know they're undocumented. The fact that they know they're here illegally. You think they're just going to let them not have to pay for protection from, other cartels, of course, are going to want to hunt you down and extort you for money. So you pay us and we'll protect you from them.
Cities around the country. This is terrible. And this is such a big story that it should have been a top story all across the media in this country, but it wasn't. For some reason.
So many tens of thousands.
For some reason. Like, yeah, that's a fair good point, because you can understand why CNN, MSNBC might not put this shit up, because, you know, obviously they have their own biases, and so you could see that might be why they do it. But why wouldn't Fox do it? Why wouldn't other news organizations that lean right do it? I mean, this is their bread and butter, right? Stoking up fear about immigration. You'd think they'd be fucking sounding off the fucking horn about it. Especially considering it looks like the Canadian government and the Canadian education institutions are fucking facilitating it in some form or fashion, regardless of whether it's through bureaucratic ineptitude or criminality or fraud or corruption. Nobody knows, right? The cartels could literally be paying these fucking university personnel to not say anything, or threatening their lives to not say anything, and then giving them money as a bribe on top of it, or just threatening them. Or it could just be bureaucratic incompetence, where, they didn't show up. Oh, well, Throw it in the pile of files, whatever, doesn't matter. I don't get paid enough to do this shit. I'm sure you've heard that enough. Heard that a lot.
Thousands of people have used this route to illegally cross into the US, and most of these people pay about $60,000 to $70,000 to make this journey. They say that their probe is continuing. They haven't named the Canadian colleges who might be allegedly involved in this.
How on earth could this be happening without the knowledge of anybody? Of course people know, but there's so much
CBC, that I'm pretty sure that's Canadian Broadcasting Company, so that's Canadian news.
Money at stake. Those people are probably on the take, and they're keeping quiet because they're getting rich off of this. And frighteningly, this unveils a level of corruption, which is just a couple steps down from state-sponsored corruption. You've got people working at colleges in Canada, exploiting that country's immigration system while...
So I want you to think about this. You got to realize these people are probably like, oh, they're just migrants. They just want to come over. I'm going to help facilitate them getting a new life, while allowing the cartels to exploit them for money as slaves and indentured servants for possibly their entire fucking life while they're here illegally, right? With the threat and doom of being deported on top of their heads, on top of the debt that they've incurred to the cartels. How fucked up is that, man? Like, it's seriously like unable to think of anything other than your own virtue signaling bullshit. If that's the case. Because I guarantee you, some of these people would say that as an excuse for doing this behavior, if they're doing it on purpose.
Cooperating with some of the worst criminals on the entire planet who do not want that border to ever shut down, which is probably why it's still open. But what's fascinating is these smugglers who post these TikTok videos, they're now getting customers who want help getting out of America because of President Trump.
Migrants are choosing to go to Canada, either asking for help to leave the U.S. or heading north out of fear of the Trump administration. His narrative mirrors what President Trump claims is a reason for the 25% tariffs on Canadian exports. Since taking office, Trump has pressured Canada to tighten border security.
I mean, at this point, with what we know about these tariffs, this looks totally justified.
I'm not gonna lie, if one of the reasons he's putting tariffs on Canada is because of this, he's not wrong. It does sound justified if that's the case. If they're doing this and it's because of they're doing this and they're not and the only reason they're starting to do it is because of the threat of tariffs and because of tariffs, that doesn't signal good neighborly behavior. But of course, like I said, it could be that progressive mindset where there's so many people in the government that are progressive leaning. They basically have institutional power, and it's basically the deep state of Canada, right? So if you think about it like this, the deep state meme it's kind of fucked up. People take it too far, but basically the basic idea behind it was the fact that you have this giant bureaucracy that's not accountable to the electorate, right? You don't vote them in, you don't vote them out. They're appointed by presidents, and they are hired, and they can't be fired if they a lot of times they can't be fired if they fuck up or they do bad things. And one of the reasons they're in there is to counter the president's power within the executive branch in and of itself. Because if you tell your people, hey, do this, and then they drag their fucking feet and do a bunch of incompetent bureaucratic shit never gets done, right? It was the same with what was the God, I had an example in my head and then when Trump tried to pull troops out of Afghanistan during his first term, and the guy in his cabinet directly lied to him about it. Directly. He lied to the president of the United States about troop deployments to prevent him from withdrawing troops from Afghanistan. So that means someone who is a bureaucratic administrator lied to the commander-in-chief of the United States of America so that it would change foreign policy. Yeah. That doesn't sound cool, does it? And if the only reason they did this is because of tariffs, I mean, go Canada still. Yeah, Canada, fuck yeah. But man, come on, dude. For real? You gonna do us like that? That's how dirty it's gonna be? Okay.
Obviously, people in Canada know that there's a mass migration problem going on at the U.S. southern border with Mexico, and then they open up their country to allow people from Mexico to fly there with no visa requirement whatsoever. Of course, criminals were going to take advantage of this. And then we find...
Yeah, that does sound fucked up.
no visa requirement what.
Hang on. This illegal to pass this frontier border? Is that what that is? I don't know what Alarius is. Point of entry. So I can almost read Spanish. So it is illegal to cross, so it's illegal to pass the border. Yeah, la frontiere. I actually thought that was a different word. Anyway, here, okay, I did not know that word, or any place other than a port of entry. Nice.
Whatsoever, of course criminals were going to take advantage of this. And then we find out
that's me showing off how bad I read Spanish.
That they've got this student visa scam going on with a whole bunch of colleges involving tens of thousands of people who come here, get their visa stamped, and then hand over their tuition to these TikTok gang members who've created a new business with the help of a foreign government, which is apparently still thriving, even though a whole bunch of these accounts got recently banned from sites like TikTok. Unfortunately, if you
banned from TikTok. Okie dokie. If you say so. If you say so. How far down does that go? That goes pretty far. Sorry, my camera's a bit up. There we go. That should do it. No, need a little bit more. Got a little line there. All right. All right. Sorry about that. I needed to fix that.
You do some digging, you can still find these videos. They're still out there. They're still being posted. And this is something that these social media sites probably can never get rid of. Here.
Yeah, it's a logistical problem. Like, it's the same way with like anything on Facebook or Twitter. Like, if it's illegal, it's going to be there until they find it and someone reports it. And then if you report it, they'll probably take it down, right? That's just the nature of the beast when it comes to social media, because literally anybody with an email address or anybody with a phone number can do such a thing, which is why I'm coming closer and closer to the fact that maybe we should actually regulate some types of social media. Right, specifically things like TikTok or not necessarily TikTok, but like X and Facebook and stuff, so that at least on the back end, like inside of Twitter and inside of Facebook and inside these other social media companies, they know who you are. Right? They have your name, they have your address. That's the only way you can create a social media account. But on the front end, you can still be an anonymous account. So if you want to make a parody account like Aramis did, where you're like a Star Trek dude, making fun of like some Star Trek evil villain, you can do that, and that's what everybody sees. But X or Facebook or who the fuck ever will still know that Aramis, the account, is owned by, John Smitherino from Arizona. They would know that. So if you post something illegal, the authorities can immediately go to the social media companies, present a warrant. Warrants are how you do this. Not just asking, fuck that, fuck you, get a warrant. Show up with a warrant, and boom, you got the account. You know who the account holder is. Now, obviously, this can be abused, but I'm more and more in favor of it because of the kind of shit that's going on social media, right? Sex trafficking, child sex trafficking, all that stuff is horrible, and we should be able to hold these people to account. And I really do believe, because social media and computers are so easy to use now, that you don't need to be a fucking retarded, fucking autistic, tech bro like me, or fucking nerd bro like me, to be able to actually use a fucking computer. Because back in the day, when it was just chat rooms, like, you literally had to have, a $1,000 computer or more, and you had to be able to learn. You had to know how to connect it to the internet. You had to know how to go on these websites. It wasn't just click, 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 I'm there. Oh, I can make an account with an email address. No, you had to do all kinds of shit to be able to do this. It wasn't as easy. It had way more friction, and so it was a lot harder for this to do. Not only that, there were a lot less people on the internet, so there was no need to. So advertising like this probably wasn't a good idea, because most of the people that would benefit from this don't have fucking computers or internet access or a phone or any of that shit. But since we've got smartphones and all this other stuff, this has exploded. And it's like, I think we should regulate to keep children off the internet. We should keep children off social media platforms. There is no reason, in my opinion, that someone under 16 or under 18 should be on social media. There's literally no legitimate reason outside of like research purposes, and there are easier ways that you can do that, right? Like you could like these companies could create a child version of it so they can use it, but it would, you know, hide most of the bad shit and allow parents to control it. That's the kind of controls I have on my daughter's tablet, right? She has an actual tablet, but she doesn't have a normal tablet like I have, right? She doesn't have one of these. She doesn't have one of those. She has a tablet that is completely controlled by me and her mother. We have apps that monitor all of her activity, everything she does on it. We can see everything she's ever done, every button she's ever touched, every time she tries to like buy something or any of that. We see every bit of it, right? And we control all of it. That's the kind of control you need. And honestly, my parents, my mom should have had that kind of control over me when I was a kid. And if she had, I wouldn't have been able to see all the fucked up shit I saw on the internet. That's for damn sure. And the problem is that, yeah, I saw a lot of fucked up shit, but there weren't a lot of fucking child groomers and fucking pedophiles and all kinds of other stupid shit on the internet trying to get me to do all kinds of crazy shit. A bunch of predators on the internet trying to get at me, right? Were they there? Sure. Were there a lot of them? Not as much, right? Because now it's so easy that you can just do this. And so I think, the more I see of this stuff, dude, the more I'm like, yeah, I want social media anonymity. I do. I really do. But it's still one of these things that, like, front facing, yes, anonymity, but on the back end, where the social media platform should know who the account holder is, right? It shouldn't just be an email address. It shouldn't just be a phone number tied to a burner phone. There should be a name, address, perhaps even ID to verify you are who you are. Like, this is one of the reasons why I like the Twitter verify shit, because you literally have to give them your payment information. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I had to upload a fucking ID to prove who I was, you know, all of this other stuff. And I actually kind of like that, because that means that you know that everybody who has a verified account is an actual fucking person that had to do that. Now, I'm not sure if you can bot those. I don't think you can. Like I said, I think you have to do that verification. I might be wrong. Tell me if I am. Hell, I'll correct myself if I am.
Here you've got a guy advertising his ability to bring people from Canada to New York City, posting videos like this that show a whole bunch of people walking down a path, and then
families together. Sueños. I don't know what that means. Actually, something days. Let me see. Let me see if I can translate this. Bendito. Blessed daily. Is that what that means? Puerto Rican slang. Often used to express pity or something. Okay. So this is what I'm saying. I'm really bad at reading Spanish. I'm pretty good at reading basic bitch Spanish, you know, for like a fucking first grader. Translated follows. Or it follows, do follow. Follow and follow, blessings every day, something, families together. I think that's what that means. No, Cumpleaños is birthday, and that seems very similar. So let me cumple. Fulfill. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, like I said, basic bitch. And sueños. Dreams.
and getting into
Wow, that's some good advertisement, ain't it? Yep.
To the back of a truck that drives them away and takes them somewhere. And what's also unbelievable is I found out when researching this that sometimes these smugglers don't even accompany their clients across the border. Some just sit back and tell people where to go, monitoring their location through GPS because everybody's got a cell phone. And the smuggler just tells people, turn left, turn right, there's a river, go.
Bro, that is fucking genius. Like, think about this, dude. That is some next level fucking shit. You don't even have to put yourself in the position to have to survive any of the hazards. You don't have to put yourself in the problematic position that you might get arrested for doing this stupid shit. No. You just do it. Do it. That's it. Wow.
Go here. That's what they're doing. And the goal is to get people to a place where they can either get picked up by something like a truck driven by one of their colleagues, or as a local news investigation here figured out, a bus terminal in upstate New York that takes people directly into the heart of Manhattan, picking them up at a gas station just walking distance from the Canadian border, which is incredibly dangerous to cross on foot, especially during the winter.
In response, the Canadian government has increased border security, committing more than $1 billion to deploy helicopters, drones, and Royal Canadian Mounted Police on the ground. Canada has agreed to strengthen security at the northern border, even though U.S. Customs and Border Protection recorded 23,000 migrant encounters.
Right, but they have to do that because we've found way more people who are on government watch lists coming across this border than the southern border. But here's the thing, as this
So I guess it's not really go Canada. It's like, please Canada, stop fucking us.
Crackdown becomes more intense, you're probably gonna have more gang members and smugglers resorting to this remote style of navigation because they don't want to get captured and deported or possibly sent to that El Salvador mega prison. And with people willing to pay tens of thousands of dollars to enter...
Of course they don't want to get sent to El Salvador. Who wants to sit in a fucking giant compound with your other gang members and sit and not be able to be fucking violent criminals who make money? Like, seriously, who wants that? I love how people also call it a gulag, as if it's not like clean and looks like relatively safe. Like the prisoners don't look like they're fucking killing each other. They're not fighting. You know, everything is very controlled, and people are still calling it a gulag. You gotta love that, right?
Canada, as students who actually plan on coming to America, there's a lot of money on the line, which is pulling in all of these various interests who are getting paid because of America's border. And as long as the border remains open in some capacity, the incentive for this is going to continue. You're gonna have people at these
allegations. Love that. As if it's not happening. Now, to be fair, they're talking about the colleges.
Some capacity, the incentive for this is going to continue. You're gonna have people at these colleges stamping paperwork, letting people come in who they're never gonna see or meet, and you could have various travel.
See, that is kind of fucked up, right? You have these bureaucrats doing this paperwork, and they're like, what, not paying attention? Right? Is that what's going on? Are they just rubber stamping shit and not paying attention to what they're doing? That's called bureaucratic incompetence, weaponized incompetence in many cases. And like, it's hard for me to believe that it's all just bureaucratic incompetence. It's hard for me to believe that it's all just kind of flying under the radar. So, Pura Corona. It's Coronata. It's like crowned, topped, capped, crowned, crowning, coronated. Interesting.
Policies like a zero visa.
That is a very interesting phrase, if that's correct. I mean, I'm looking up these words, like maybe it's some kind of slang shit. Right? Maybe that's what it is.
Coronado.
No, pero no del todo. Oh shit. Okay.
A requirement that almost seemed deliberately designed to circumvent American immigration policies. What do you think about that? Is there pressure on Canada's border with our country to keep it open? Will it ever close? It's 5,500 miles. That's a lot. What do you need to do to shut it down? Thank you so much for watching. See you in the next video.
Absolutely, dude. You should definitely watch that. Hey, Sticks, what's up, buddy? Yeah, what a great video. What a great video. I love his videos. A lot of them are just talking about immigration, talking about stuff like this, and he does really good reporting as far as I can tell. So yeah, it's pretty awesome. And yeah, that sounds, yeah, like I said, his stuff is really awesome. I will, when I put the video, I'll definitely put that link in there, and we will also put a link to this bad boy right chat. I really should turn links off on that, but we'll worry about that later. So I think we're going to move on to Path of Exile. And I'm going to throw up the break screen, and I got to go do some stuff, and then we're going to go do Path of Exile. So I will be right back. Stand by to stand by to stand by. We shall return right after these messages from break screen. Stay tuned, my dudes, for more right here at the Tango Hotel. Not dying today. How's my boat doing? Boat's doing fine. Boat's doing fine. Boat is doing A-okay here. Boat is doing great. Boat is doing great. All right, I'm out of danger. I don't need to run away. All right, all I gotta do is regen my HP and wait till morning.
Trouble.
I'm actually kind of scared because this is why I saved it. It's like, this is a lot of dudes. This is a lot of dudes. This is a lot. We do have lightning reflexes, and I can flank them if I need to.
Go readily, brothers. Battle is the flesh.
What? Oh, hell. That's a lot of ammo.
Brothers! Titan!
Greetings, brothers!
Changing magazine.
Oh, get wrecked, motherfucker! Yeah! There it is. Boom, baby! I think that's gonna be the thumbnail for today. That's definitely gonna be the thumbnail for the day. Oh, where's my thing at? What was that at? 5:57:19? Yeah, 5:57. So 5. Does the thing. There it is, baby. Shokes! QQ. Oh, nicely done, sir. Nicely done. He's on fire, so. And he's also dead, apparently, due to Blade Storm. So we got a war cry. And here comes the melee. Missed the Blade Storm. That sucks.
How's about? No. Wasn't even that bad.
Wait, what? 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 We're back. Oh boy. Ho, ho, ho. There it is, baby. Oh, get wrecked. Get wrecked.
Nope. That one. Yep, that one. Oh, in the face, Traycon. Or not Traycon. It's not Traycon. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's Vapor. Vapor. My bad, Traycon. My bad. I don't mean to insult, sir. Please don't hurt me. Don't hurt me, man. I didn't mean it. I swear to God, I didn't mean it. Don't hurt me. All right, we're just gonna move down here.
Understood.
Come on. Had to pull him out of the AoE over there. boom, 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 boom. Yes! Yes! Explosions! More explosions! There we go. There we go. There we go. Mmm, juicy rockets. Look at that, 1.92, 201. Oh, come on, man. Come on, I gotta take this. There's no way I can't take that. There's no way I can't take that. There's no freaking way I can't take that. Come on, baby. Let's go. Let's go, boys. Triple kill.
This is what I do.
And the guy with the loot is still alive. Well done, boy. Oh. Uh-oh, that's gonna be a rocket. That's definitely gonna be a rocket. Spit.
Exterior plate holding.
No! Oh, thank God.
I should probably move or fight or something. This plating is
dude, really?
Stout.
No, don't do that. Oh no, dude.
Getting weaker by the moment.
It shredded his armor. No!
I suppose this body is disposable.
Oh, dude, that sucks. Please don't call the cops on me. Please don't call the cops on me. I'm so very sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. I didn't mean to hurt you. I don't care. I don't care that there's a crime going on. Get out of my way.
Doubt is for the weak.
Die, heretics! Oh, that looked like that hurt. How about we do it again? How about we do it again, baby? God damn, son, that is ridiculous. Has she got anything else? No. Yes! Oh! Oh my God, he almost killed me with his fatness! Ah! I totally could have died right there. Oh my God, that's great. Woo! Thank you, Joker, appreciate that. Well done, boys, well done. Oh my God, that was real, dude. That was real. He almost killed me when his fatness died. He is disoriented, so you know what that means? That means we do bonus damage. And aim! And crit!
Destroyed.
See you on the other side, bitch. God. Every time. Every time. He's... flashbanged and like that caught me off guard.
Ammo!
Got ammo here. Fat amounts of plastisteel, baby. Remember, I got an ammo crate, so if we're running real low, boys, I got a backup. I'm telling you, man, the gangster lean is something else, dude. So it's like, oh, the sliding headshot. On the key was on the other side of the door. Yeah. Which is ridiculous. Boom. Feel the power of the Templars! Summon the lightning, Mr. Wizard! Oh god, here it comes, here it comes! Okay.
The same fate for all.
That was cool. That was really cool. Now if I only had Blade Storm, wouldn't that be awesome? Hi! And one more focus, so he's almost maxed again. That is hilarious. That was really good, dude. I might, dude, clip that, dude. I might use that as my thing. That was insane. Yep.
Watch my back!
Enough.
Overwatch. It's not bad. What the hell, dude? Oh my god, yeah, cheater aliens, you're not lying.
Commander, the package has been destroyed.
God, dude. I was so sure this mission was gonna be fairly straightforward. Alrighty, boys, we are back. Yes, indeed. Sorry, I had to go chill with my wife for a second, do some other stuff while we waited. So we are going to popping Path of Exile. Oh, and just wait, man. On this, I think it's the 17th. So in 2 days, Last Epoch goes live. I cannot wait to dive into that bad boy. They've got a lot of cool updates. And the new season, oh, excuse me, and it's gonna be baller. Absolutely baller. But I need to change the stream over. Excuse me. Pardon me. No. FX. If I type in the letter P, Path of Exile pops up. If I type in POE, literally a game called POE that I've never heard of pops up. Poe, essentially. Oh, yes. Here we are. Mic's on. Good to go. Yeah. Last Epoch, man. Last Epoch. Get it. I believe it's, yeah, it's April 17th at 11 a.m. CDT. So we'll be playing it on the 18th, most likely. I'm probably not going to stream at 11 a.m. because I got shit to do during the day. Like, that's basically my evening, right? Or my midday. I wake up at 2 in the morning. But yeah. Or I wake up at 1, excuse me. Alright, so what are we doing? We are going to do stuff and things. Let's do, shall we try an 8? 58% rarity. What do we got? Cooldown recovery. I don't have cooldowns. Let's go. We could do a boss. Ooh, corruption and an altar. That sounds fun. Let's do that one. What is this? Crypt? Corrupted Nexus. Ooh. Okay, then. Alright, so hang on. Yeah. Fastest way, boom, 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 right? Boom, boom, boom. I gotta go through a boss no matter which way I go, so might as well go this way. Give it a bebop. Good douche. Let's roll. Let's roll, boys. Do. Okay, what are we looking at? Pretty far away.
Block him in!
See all that purple crap? That is the exact reason. There we go. That is the exact reason why I've got long range stuff. Like this. Or excuse me, like the siege. What is it called? Siege Cascade? Yeah. Look at that, dude. Oh my god, the shock. Shock and awe, baby. I'm wondering if I should put electrocute on it. Oof. Get wrecked. Love it. And like honestly, I think maybe the stun thing for the shotgun is probably a bit much, just to be honest. All right, what do I got on this? Lightning exposure, shock, and shocking hits. Also shock enemies around. Yeah, that's one. Oh god, no, 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 no. I told you that's why I do this. That's why I have these, is for stupid shit like that. No! Boom! Sexy, baby. Sexy. Got here. A wand. 164 intelligence. Grants volatile dead. Creates a fireball that seeks out enemies and explodes. Spell damage, critical hit. 75% chance not to, or 25% chance not to destroy a corpse. That's kind of crazy. It's a high level wand though. Wow, 72, dude. Fucking wicked, man. All right, boys, come on. Come on, let's gather them up. That's interesting. Bitches. So there's a strong box and an altar right here. That's kind of crazy, man. That's kind of crazy, fans.
Lock him in!
Boom! Come on. Oh, they're proximity. God, I hate that, dude. Gotta be close to him to be able to hit him. That sucks. Alright, so we've cleared out the area, so we shouldn't be getting any crazy shit going on. What's going on with that? Oh, it's because it's the altar. It's like in the water. That's crazy. Okay. Dunzo. Let's go, boys. All right, let's let this bad boy recharge. 16, 17. Easy, baby. Belt, armor, life. Ooh, chaos resistance. Hello. Evasion rating, cold resistance, fragile regrowth. Okay. How much is it? 294? It's not bad. All right, let's see what we got going on with this bad boy. What we got? Revives the fallen monster 4 times. Fallen monsters gain an additional modifier each time it revives. Contains no other items. That's kind of weird. Oh, it revives him 4 times. Oh, okay.
One down. Who's next?
Oh, God. Ugh, that almost got me. Uno más. One more.
Bag of bones.
Gotcha, bitch. Okay. So it kind of sucks. Yeah, literally nothing. Oh, sapphire. Okay. So let's see what we got. Ah, boo. Okay, so which one's closer? There's one right there. There's one all the way over there. Okay. Let's do it. Excuse me. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, there's a hand. I do love that shit. It is super funny. Just exploding all the ice around him. And it's working pretty good, in fact. Okay, the nearest dude is all the way down there. Here we go, boys. Let's pop this. And this. What is this? Oh, boo! Oh, I got a splinter though. Okay, that's cool. Dude, those things just they're so, it's so crazy how little they stay open. And you have to be able to do like a higher level breach You have to get all of the breach splinters, I think, to be able to make the damn thing, and then do a high-level version of it to even be able to like put points into it, right? Get wrecked, motherfucker! Nice. Alrighty, let's see. Get wrecked. Okay. We're trying here, boys. We're trying. We don't always succeed. Oh, another ritual. Yes. So close. Oh! Sweet. This is why I really do want double barrel for this. I want to be able to find the things that'll give me a fourth and a fifth one, but I've only seen like one or two of them in my entire time playing this game. Oh! Nope. Dude. Easy. Come on. There we go. Yes. Nice, 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 nice. Boom. Scroll of Wisdom. Maximum number only result in the maximum number. An orb of alchemy will result in the maximum number of prefix modifiers. I'm gonna go ahead and snatch that. That sounds pretty good. I don't know what that means exactly. Does that mean that one orb will just give you all of them? The way that's written, that sounds very interesting. Boom! Get wrecked! You're done! Nope. They're all bleeding all over the ground doing dot damage to me. It's hilarious. Oh, boys. Boom. All right, let's reload. We're good to go. What do we got? A Val Orb is 2,000? That's fucking crazy, dude. Hello. Enemy stun threshold. Physical damage, armor, projectile speed, block chance. Block chance? What? It's a quiver. What? I mean, I guess. 6, 5. Let's grab that one. That one. And that one. It shall be beautiful. Beautiful, I say. Am I holding? Oh, it's got a thing. Alright. And we'll put that right there. Alright. Okie dokie. Let's go. Says I got 200 left, but I don't really give a fuck.
Block him in! Simple enough.
No!
Need more mana.
Oh yeah, I turned off my thing. Hang on. Let me go back up here because apparently there's something on the ground over here that I probably should have picked up. Whoops. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. There should definitely be a way for me to pick these up. Damn. Movement speed, evasion, dex, physical damage is pinning. Nice. Heavy great hammer. Alright. Let's head back. Excuse me.
Yes. I got a different
Wrong button.
idea.
The thing about it is that if I took this off, I don't think I'd be able to use all my gems. Pretty sure, right? Because like this one would requires 146 strength. This would require 146 dex. Oh, I have that actually. Right? 83 int. I don't have that, so I wouldn't be able to use this. Yep. And what about this one? 146 dex. I could use that one. Strength, dex. Yeah, I would need a lot more intelligence. So I would have to sacrifice some of my strength to do that. I might end up doing it so that I can get this one. But I'm not going to do it until I get another Until I get another, until I get one of these. Right here. So I can add 4 to this. So I can have 4 of those. Rather than just the 3. Because that's really what it boils down to. Because I want to put the stun auto reload in the galvanized right here. I want to put in this one, I want to put double barrel. So it has 2 shots. So that way I have 2 shots to be able to stun to get the reload rather than just 1. Yeah, I definitely want to do that. I mean, I could do that right now and just take off the lightning damage. It would make it a lot less damaging. But, yeah. I don't know. All right, so what are we doing? Disenchant. Do I want to keep these?
I'll be here, waiting.
Don't think I have a pair of those, and I don't think I have a pair of those. I do need to get the unique tab. I really do.
We need to create.
Oh, that's... Oh, yeah, damn, I got more. Holy crap. Energy, evasion, energy... There we go.
Find more brief remnants for my research.
What level is this? 33? Increases and reductions to minion damage also affects you. That's so weird. That is so very weird. Well, that one's better, so we'll... That one. Oh, excuse me. Whew. Why the hell is that there? Or that, for that matter. No, that one comes with me. That one's going as well. Okay, there we go.
We need to create.
Where did I put those? I think they're in my maps, right? Your next orb of alchemy will result in the maximum number of prefix modifiers. Yeah. Orb of alchemy. Ah, there you go. So it'll if when you do that, let me do something here real quick. So, do I have a base item accuracy? Cold resist. That's got 25. 29. Cold resist is 2. I want to do this. I want to do it right now. So we are going to... Right, that's what I want to do. Ooh, that would be a good one too. Yeah, we're going to do it like this. Okay, so got a cold resistance amulet, or ring. And we're going to grab this. While this item is active in your inventory, your next Orb of Alchemy will result in a maximum number of prefix modifiers. Right-click this item in your inventory to set it to be active. This item is consumed when triggered. Wow, that's cool. That's really good. Holy shit. Yeah. Lightning resist. Fire resist. Got fucking chaos damage on it, but whatever. And rarity. And it's got lightning damage as a base. That's really good. Do I lose 17 intelligence? How much is my lightning resist? 48? I think we do it to the unset ring. I lose a little bit of, like, life and mana, but I don't lose intelligence. And I do lose chaos resist, which kind of... So, yeah, that sucks. And it's chaos damage, but what am I going to do, right? That was really awesome. Super dope. Super dope. 21 chaos resist. See, come on. No whammies. Flask recovery rate. 1, 2, that's 4, 5. On. So I would lose 25 strength. Not that big of a deal. A little bit of life. I would lose fire resist. But I would gain 21 chaos resist. I lose armor too. Gain more life, lose mana. Mana flask recovery at yeah, this is definitely. Man, seeing my fire resist go back down just sucks. But getting that chaos resist up there feels pretty good. I'll say that. I just wish it were easier to try to get the shit that I want. That's the thing that I'm kind of like, fuck, man, it's just so much RNG with this bullshit. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's pretty good. That's really good. It still feels bad, though, man. Yeah. Well, it worked. We got what we got what we needed. Now, so I guess that's just the way it goes. Yep. And last but not least, $300 to create a breachstone. This is the breachstone stuff, right? Twisted Domain. That's what that is. Or is this, that's the altar, that's simulacrum, boss. Complete the burning monolith. Precursor tablets. I don't have no fucking clue what this is. Okay, let's go. We got more shit to kill. Eat. Of course, when it gets like low, that's when I start spamming it, huh? All right, so we did all the extra content. Lovely, right? There we go. Excellent. Bam, bam. Look at all these boys. Whoa! Oh, that was sexy, dude. Worked as intended. Ooh. Ooh, that was rough. Fucking rough. Alright, yeah, pretty much went the wrong way there. Could I defer? You pay 10% of its cost, right? Sure, whatever. I've never deferred an item, so I don't really know what the point of that is.
Lock him in!
But I'd be happy to find out. Oh, God, I love doing that. It's so freaking funny, man. It's so freaking funny. When I freeze the elite or the unique mob, and then I roll in with the shotgun, and it just completely shatters me. Oh, what the fuck was that?
Another knock from the helmet.
Okay, we still got more rares. And they're not unique, they're rare. That's what it is. Unique or bosses. Or something like that. Yeah, he's way over there. Look at that. Ooh, hello. Fire resistant, you say? You don't say. You say. We got 2 of them. Boom. All right, this bad boy's right here.
No mana.
Really? That was it? So shooting the walls with the shotgun causes them to explode. Just in case you're wondering. Which is why it's so badass.
Rats. That's one down.
And that, my friends, is exactly why we have long-range bombardment options. Ah, 100% is that shit right there. I don't want any of that nonsense. None. is because of stupid stuff like that on the ground. Plus he had like some like long range lightning shit. I don't want none of that shit in my face. Must be out your damn mind. So yeah, it's pretty much just a, oh god, just a stop gate against them. So that when the time comes, I don't have to get in. When the time comes, I don't have to get in super close. Level 17, my first one. Well, at least for this character, anyway. Ooh. I mean, I don't really have a mainstay other than maybe like galvanic shards and the fragment rounds. Look at the damage, dude. It goes up by 100%.
Frozen enemies will shatter in an icy explosion.
Versus frozen.
This is an ammo.
Yeah, we'll upgrade that. Abso-freaking-lutely. Now if I could just find the damn things where I could get four things. I need to do 8 and above. That's really what it is. Yeah, I really do. This is why I can't wait to play Last Epoch, because they've put in so much stuff to make all this shit easier. Not only is the crafting just way better, just like hands down, it's much easier to understand. It's easier to do. And there's not just like 5 or 6 crafting materials. There's hundreds of different ones for each like stat, so you could pick the stats that you want. Not only that, but they're going to have a new way to farm, target farm, because they're going to make it to where if you want to farm a certain object, you want to tell the monsters, hey, drop this for me. There's going to be a system for that. You put an item that you currently have that you don't like, you put it in a slot, and then when you go out and farm, they're more likely to drop those, so you can get more. That's pretty baller, man. Like, that sounds like a great system.
Today.
Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Nope. Barata. Not today, my friends. Not today. That's what happens when you have long range. You stand still to fire. Isn't that great? So basically I'm just farming XP and shit at this point. Whoa! Yeah, and it kind of does suck that you can't level up your support gems anymore. Like, there's no... Once you've hit level 3, that's it. There's no leveling them up beyond that so that you can, like, increase the effects. Right? Because imagine you could do that, right? I mean, obviously you'd want to make it minuscule so that it would be easily balanceable, but still, an extra, like... You know, if I found a gem and it gave me, like, 1% to a stat on one of my gems, I would absolutely use it. Right? And we all would. And it would allow us to, you know... Make our gyms even better. Boom. What? What? What did you say? Huh? Nobody cares what you think. That's right. What? All right, I think that's about it. Yeah, the map is pretty much explored. Yep. There's like a little bit right there. There might be some mobs, but yeah, I think that's about gonna cut it. I saw a zombie creeping up right there, dude. That's pretty funny.
Yes.
That's a nice weapon. Energy shield, evasion. I don't know why I picked that up, but sure. Oh, look, spear chuck. And yeah, that's it.
Time is not on our side.
Okay, now could we get perhaps some... Ooh. Packs. Oh my god, that's such a good one too, dude. It doesn't increase any of their damage. I'm doing that one next. And what are we doing here? Like they tried to do that in this game, what I talked about with essences and stuff like that, but dude. That gives magic monsters. Pack size. Rarity of items. %60 increased magic monsters. 8% pack size. I'm gonna go with rarity. 30% delirious. Deal more damage and have additional toughness. We're gonna do it anyway. Love it. Do it live. 80, bro. 80. I need 300. What else was I going to do? Something I was gonna do. Right? Oh, that's right. You're taking up too much damn space. And there's no way to... Oh, wait, you know what I didn't do? I didn't look at this when I leveled up. Lightning bolts. Okay.
Until next time.
Yeah, I didn't look at the new items when I leveled. So let's check it out. $31 to $59. T6. Damn. T4. Okay, well, I guess nothing there. What do we got here? Shield. Hammer. Damn. 24 to 37 cold. That's pretty good. So... Strength Dex. Like, nah, we don't have none for you, bro. We ain't got shit for you. Not even a little bit, man. Not even a little bit. Oh, here we go. Armor and evasion rating. 7 to 14. A freaking golden buckler. Like, dude. Like, nah, son, you're good. That's what they're saying to me. Nah, son, you're good. You're good. I need to go take a piss. I'll be right. Un momento, por favor. Ah, wolf, greetings! When the night has come, and the land is dark, and you are the only light we'll see. No, I won't be afraid. No, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. Oh, darling, darling, stand. All right, that's enough. You can hear my horrible fucking singing voice. All right, so, there was something behind that, wasn't there? The breach logbook. Oh, it was this quest, Corrupted Nexus, 8+ Corrupted Nexus. So we're gonna be doing. Oh god, this is a boss fight. All right, well, here we go, boys. It's deliriumed out too. Let's see if Tango can handle it. Oh, Hoken Jacks, greetings and salutations, my friend. How are you today, sir? It's good to see you, my friend. All right, defeat Zawali, the Bone Tyrant. Yes, indeed.
Lock him in! Vile creature!
Yeah, we are, in fact, deliriumed out. I really need to take the zoom off the mouse wheel. Can you do that? Inputs. Dodge roll. Chat options. Zoom camera in. Is it really? There's no way to turn off the mouse wheel scroll? Because I end up doing it half the time when I'm trying to click the mouse wheel to do my buttons. My buttons. Yep. Yep. Get wrecked. Get wrecked. Nope, I don't want to hear it. Yeah! Shotgun! Fully automatic. To your face. Boom. Boom. Oh. See, this is why I love Wind Dancer. It's such a good ability. Because it just killed that guy. When he touched me. Oh, what the fuck was that? What was that? That almost killed me. Did one of these guys like get in my face and explode or something?
No mana.
Oh, I see. I see. It was the ground thing. Again with the ground shit. Oh no, what? What? Dude, come on. That's such bullshit. I knew I shouldn't have put delirium on that fucking thing. Like, I like, that was like instantaneous death, dude. And I have no idea why. You see why I have long range shit, don't you? That's what he thinks of your Wind Dancer ability, yeah, right?
Out of mana.
Was it that? Oh my god, what the fuck is that? What are they doing? Oh my god, it is! What the fuck? regular fucking, oh my god, what is this? What are they doing? Why can't I, why? All right, I gotta run. That's all I can do. I just gotta run. I have no idea what they're even doing. Like, what the fuck is this, dude? They killed me twice. Bro. What the fuck? You see why I get so mad at this? Like, that was ridiculous, man. Not only that, it's like, look at all the experience I just lost. And this is why before, when you could only die once and then you'd lose the map, this is why I got so frustrated and I couldn't play it no more. It was like, I can't even try higher level stuff because I just get insta-gibbed and I don't even understand what the fuck is happening. It took me 2 times of dying to figure out what was going on. Alright. Alright, so I guess we're just gonna go slow and steady. There's no way I'm getting anywhere close to that shit. No way. Absolutely not. We're going full ice wall, boys. Full ice wall. They can just fuck right off, man. And I mean, that's the thing, dude. Is like, look at my fucking stats. 71 armor, 71 evasion. I know my resistances aren't that great, but shit, dude. Like, it feels so frustrating to go from, I have the ability to basically annihilate everything in my face, even on this high level, to I just get gibbed by, like, regular magic mobs. You know what I mean? Alright. Oh shit. I've tried so hard. No. No, stay the fuck away from me. Bitches. And yes, I am absolutely, oh fuck, running like a scared bitch. Fuck you. I don't want to die. And of course, he still hit me. Oh god!
Need more mana.
Boom. It's a nice little crossbow you got there. A little low level though, isn't it? 51. That's a bit. That's not quite right. Slow and steady, boys. Slow and steady. I got one life. I'm so mad, dude, to have wasted my revives before, like, literally just starting the map. Like, it's so annoying. Ugh. Stun resistant. But he isn't mortality resistant though. Oh god. Whoa, what hit me?
No mana.
Okay. I'm not, no. I said no. When I say no, I mean no, motherfucker. No means no.
Need more mana.
Come on. Boom. Phew. Okay. Stress, boys. Stress. So, let's not do the delirium thing again. Let's not do that. That was a really bad idea. He's right up there.
Out of mana. Wild creature.
And of course, I would run into one of those assholes too.
Need more mana.
Oh, come on, bro. Well, at least we can use the rock, right? Oh god, what was that?
Not today. No mana.
Oh god. Oh, come on. You're teleporting bullshit. Okay. Nope.
Out of mana.
Oh god. Nope, nope, nope. I don't want none of that shit. What even is that, dude? Ugh. Dude, this is rough, man. Like, I don't know how to fight this guy. That was my chance to pound him with damage. Like, this is just ridiculous. What the fuck is even this, man?
No mana.
Oh no! Oh!
No mana.
Oh! Dude, I'm running out of health pots.
Need more mana. Out of mana.
Ugh. Not good, not good.
No mana.
Oh, that's it, baby! With the fucking barrage! Holy shit! Oh my goodness. What a fight, dude. Oh, good.
Wherever you are.
Oh my god.
Don't think I'm not gonna find you.
3 simulacrum splinters. Oh my jeebus. That is so cool, dude. What a fight, baby. What a fight. Oh my god, that was so crazy. Edge of my seat the entire time. See, I almost wonder if the AoE... If the AoE shock is probably not the best. Right? I wonder. Because like I said, if I took this out I should be okay with the exception of a few abilities for intelligence, which I could then fix. But then that would allow me to put the stun mod into here too. So I either have, so like shocking, this right here, coursing current, I could also use another one of these auto reload in there. But like I have a feeling that it's not gonna be, I don't really want to mess with it. Amazing barrel, dude. I just had the most epic fucking fight. Oh my god, it was so crazy. Dude. Insane. Insanity. Insanity. With a, like, I forget what they're called, but it's a new type of enemy for this update that are like, actually that might have been a delirium boss. I think that's what that was. That was added because it's so high on the delirium list. That one. Pop that bad boy, and then stiff. Okay. By the way, just out of curiosity, do these have level requirements? They do. Level 30, no level requirement, level 15. Okay. I really want to try it, man, but I don't think now's the time. Right? Because I'm gonna have to. Yeah, we'll worry about that later. I'm just gonna have to suck it up. Yeah, that was an epic ass fight, man. For real, dude. Edge of my seat the entire fucking time.
Lock him in!
And once I figured out most of his mechanics, it ended up working out pretty well. Yatch. Cause see, look at it. It stunned all of them right there, right? So that's why I'm just like, man. If I did this, then I would be able to do. Watch, really. All right, it's not gonna work on them. Yeah, it's not gonna work on them. They're too OP for this. I love how I moved and it still hit me. I love that. I have no idea what the fuck that is. I just know I don't want any of it. Like, seriously, what are they doing to me? Oh, okay. Is that what it is? It's the grenades. Yeah, it's the grenades. Magic monster.
Lock him in!
He's still only at 49. And if you're wondering how I could just keep sustaining fire, it's because I keep stunning them and it keeps reloading. Ooh, okay, that's not good. There we go. So if there's a big enough group, it's basically just infinite stun, infinite ammo, infinite reloads. Wow, look at all the fucking loot. No! No, 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 no! Get the fuck away from me. Those are the things that killed me twice at the very beginning of this. Yeah. So, periodically unleashes ice. I love how you can actually put your mouse on them, click on them, and the shotgun still misses. It's fucking great, ain't it? Skill gem, skill gem, skill gem. I'm really hoping for a fourth gem for one of my slots. That's what I'm really hoping for. Is that it? Nice. See what I mean about the long-range siege capability? It's so good. It legitimately is good. Oh, the Joker! What's up, buddy? How you doing? Joker Chef! What's up, buddy? I was hoping we get to run more than one and I'd be able to do that Nexus, but I guess we're going to just have to do that next time. I'm going to have to go soon. I got to eat and then take my wife to the doctor. So, sad panda. Oh, yes! Get fucking wrecked! That's what I'm talking about, dude.
Need more mana.
No! Those little dudes that shoot those little lightning balls, dude, those things fucking hurt, dude. I don't know what the fuck that is. I just know it like damn near like insta-gives me if I let them touch me. That. I don't know what that is. I don't even know what that minion is, dude. I mean, that abomination. I have no idea what it even is.
Need more mana.
See what I mean? Look how much damage it did to me. One hit. One hit. And it like seeks you. Well, there you go. Lovely. All right, boys. Well, I guess that's gonna be it. So thank you for being here. I gotta go eat and take my wife to the doctor. So yeah, I shouldn't have done delirium. I was not prepared for what it was gonna do to my butthole. So that's on me. And I wasted a really good map for that too. Makes me feel so sad. Oh man, that sucks so bad, dude. That sucks so bad. So I have to do it again. So I still got to do it again. Oh man, that hurts my soul, dude. Like, I have no idea what they were even doing to me and why it did so much damage. Like, I couldn't dodge it. It's like heat seeking. It like locks onto your character. What the fuck am I supposed to even do against that when one shot of it takes half of me? He's just like, zzz, 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 zzz. What? What am I supposed to do? What is the thing other than just run the fuck away? You know what I mean? All right. So on that note, my friends, it's been a pleasure. It's been an honor. And I'll see you next time, boys. Peace out. Peace out. Thanks for stopping by, boys. See you later.